So this is probably the most extensive uh non-new scenario visual wheel update that Starry Studios has done. This is probably an example of less is more. What Starry Studios and NetEase decided to do is they decided to drop a long-awaited mod update, and they decided to do that on the first day of the Visional Wheel turn. And I think I think time is running out for Starry Studios and NetEase to figure out. They have like a 55% good product and a 45% bad product. And it's only 45% bad because of the way they choose to do things. I think if they chose to do things a little bit smarter, a little bit slower, that people would be more receptive to these changes. For anybody else that's, getting in, they dropped 2 new weapons, a complete mod update, scenario changes, but the scenario changes are pretty extensive because it changed the form and function and fashion of polluted zones, which doesn't seem like a really big deal unless your entire base has to be rebuilt because you're expecting kind of like what this scenario said to expect. And now, like they said, in pollution zones, ore is going to spawn and mobs are going to attack that ore. Well, that's not even what happens. It's not like these mobs are AI independent and they're waiting for, or it's not like these mobs are AI independent and they don't wait for you to get there. It's not like they work the event without you. If you don't show up to the event, they don't go to the event, which is good. No need to be running meaningless processes in the background on your servers. No need to create server strain. But it's literally not what they bundled it as. You know where the zones are, and the zones are fun. The zones are cool. The event is cool. I understand that as a creator, I tend to focus on the areas needed for improvement because I feel as a creator, there's always going to be people talking about the great. There's going to be no short supply of people telling you how great the patch is. I think the patch is really well done. Break. I think it needed to be a little different in execution, especially this. This is a major change. The mod system is such a major change that a lot of people are confused. Also, little things that made it through testing, like you come to the bench and you go to make a weapon and they change the way calibration works. You'll notice there's no longer a calibration up here in the top. You pick the calibration when you make the weapon. But when you do that, Rail and I talked, and I took the very best calibration I could get. Plus, not only did they change how you calibrate, they changed the calibrations. So in one patch, they changed pollution zones, they changed calibrations, they changed how your weapons get made, they changed how your armor gets made, they changed too much stuff for a casual user. I watched an awful lot of people talk about they were just done. And a lot of them were done because they were overwhelmed. And even Rail and I were overwhelmed, and we have easily, no bullshit, at least 10,000 hours in the game since beta. At least 10,000 hours in the game in 2 years. There's very little about the game that one of us combined doesn't know. He's a little bit better about reading the patch notes. I'm a little bit better about referencing the patch notes after shit has gone live. Rail reads the patch notes, lets me know what's coming. Then I go back and I say, well, where the fuck is this? Because I do think that they need a much better translation. But overall, I think the game the game went in the right direction. It got closer to the desired end state. Just the route they took to get there So to give you an example, I need a 17-point mod. Unstable Bomber, I have a 17. So, oh, except I don't have I need a 17 on... I don't even, I know I have a 17. Oh, wait, hold on. I wrote them all down. I actually did show prep. New 17 on the helmet. Okay. So they created these new mods. And I'm going to go ahead and call those 2 new weapons a waste of man hours. Actually, I wanted to tell you about it. The sniper rifle, the burn sniper rifle, somebody has a build that's doing 200,000 per tick. So we need to figure out how that's happening. Not 200,000 per shot, but 200,000 per tick. So there's got to be some specific combination. The person went offline yesterday before I could grab a hold of him. Does this say new? Fortune. Okay, so the new mod, when you get a 17-point mod, it's great. Because you have max crit damage, you have max weapon damage, you have max magazine capacity, and you have increases damage to all damage boost by 3%. So, it looks like a good mod. Except the problem is, you can't ever change. Bro, I finally believe Ashes is a scam now. Browley, did you know that they did layoffs in the company that is all about transparent development? Didn't bother to let anybody know that they were doing layoffs, but it was found out because Intrepid's human resource manager that has 25 years of human resource experience no longer works at Intrepid, works somewhere else. If you don't see that as the biggest warning sign, period dot, Stacy doesn't work at Intrepid anymore, why would you get rid of a human resource manager with 25 years of experience? Makes no sense. But, so you've got, oh, they changed, okay, that's why. I was looking for Fortune. This was called Fortune's Favor on patch day. It was mistranslated. Appreciate the follow, Duke. So the good side is, first line, second line, third line, I like Madcap. The builds I run, I like Madcap. Some people are mad because they can't get a violent mod with reload speed. That's okay. I like Madcap for my builds. But then this bottom line increases damage dealt to all damage boost by 3%. Well, that's a big problem because on a perfect mod previously, you would have damage against great ones at 6%. And I think it was 12% for normal mods and then something elites. Well, across the board, I lost 21% damage on great ones. Now, I didn't lose shit because I get to keep this old mod. But the problem is I don't have that old mod on all my weapons. I have that old mod on precision. My crit one, I never could quite get a roll where my damage against great ones went to gold. There was no reason to introduce the system and eliminate the old system. What they should have done is they should have introduced the new system on top of the old system so that new players, right? New players get these better mods. They get caught up to, shall we use the word competitive? They get caught up to competitive quickly. And then the true end game is grinding for your mods. I think there's a really big slap in the face to people who spent 10,000 hours getting a perfect mod set, and then the new system doesn't do anything for them. Every system you design should have progression. But overall, oh, you got some 17s for those perfect mods I had? I don't have anything past a handful of 14s and 16s. Guess all the triple gold. Oh, okay. So, Rail, I don't know if you saw this. Number 1. Hi, Buffalo. Don't eat me. Number 1 in the Redemption Shop, second tab down, you're going to have this special module dust to buy these. Yeah, but you see the 3% damage increase across the board. Right, it is across the board, but does anybody really have a problem killing normal mobs? I'm not happy the fact that I lost 21% Great One damage to pick up. I lost 21% on Great Ones to pick up 21%. Oh, you were being sarcastic. Got it. Do me a favor. If you're going to be sarcastic, put the sarcastic comment, put the sarcastic face or /S. I'm neurodivergent, so I don't read sarcasm. I read literal. But no, I see what you're saying. Their justification is you lost 21% damage on the mobs that actually matter, that are actually hard, and we gave you 21% damage against mobs that I can literally throw a handful of bullets at and they die. I do wish that they would spend a little bit more time paying attention to proofing, though. Like I said, the bench one was a big thing. Also, our Hive has started this ridiculous process of going through all our weapons calibrations. Weapon damage 45, great. Weapon damage 35. Why the shit bother to even have the weapon damage range on the calibrations go down to 34%? Like, you're gonna create thousands of items that nobody is ever gonna use. I'm not gonna waste my time making a mod or making a weapon that only has 35% weapon damage. We're in the process of crushing everything that's not 45% or above. We're just getting rid of them. They're not 45% or above, they're gone. Now, as far as the new zones and the new content, I think they did a very good job with the new zones and the new content. However, players are already pissed off. And the reason why players are pissed off is lots of people lost their bases. And lots of people are hopping mad because you moved the pollution zones on existing servers, even though the patch notes seemed to indicate you weren't moving the pollution zones on existing servers. I know a couple of people that didn't log in on patch update day, logged in the next day, and they came back to their bases gone. And some of these people have been on the server. Oh, you got on and there was a siren spawn in the middle of your base? Yeah, you were probably in one of these areas. And I know people lost everything because when your vault fills up, that's it. It seems like every time you watch a Once Human stream, they've goofed up people's bases. Yeah, they have. And that the really, really, really big problem is people are getting pissed off about it. Yeah, really 50%. You used to upgrade it to get 50%, and now you gotta find a calibration just to get a 49.3 bullshit one. And I agree with you, and people are mad. People are mad about that. And rightfully so. Because what you said is, this patch is designed to help players catch up in power, but you made it so players can't catch up in power. Now, as I said, my new P90 has more attack than my old P90, which means the math isn't mathing. Also, when they released Way of Winter, they ran into this problem where they fucked with people's bases. And then because of feedback, they took out the thermal towers, which in my opinion was one of the best features they'd ever designed. I guess I got the chicken. I'm cooked. I main Jaws. I can't do status split. Well, Jaws, you shouldn't be doing crit and status split. You never should have been doing it that way anyway. You should have been doing crit rate on Jaws, because you need every shot to crit. You can pick up the damage on mods and gear and buffs and consumables, but there's no way to pick it. You should always have been, Jaws should have always been crit rate. Oh, well, you could never do, you could never get crit damage and status damage on the same mod. Which mod were you getting it on? Resonance and Crescent and Lunar? Are you talking about those? Lunar, yeah. If it hadn't popped to the top of the hour, I was gonna jump back in. Yeah. Now we're on the same track. You're right. They did eliminate a handful of combinations. Downstar, yeah, they eliminated a handful of combinations, which is bullshit. Well, you can still use what you have, but you have no ability to progress down that line, which means a new player has no ability to ever build that way. And that's why sometimes these game developers, they listen to a vocal minority. And the problem is, a vocal minority is usually a statistical minority. But they're being loud. So satisfied people don't scream at the top of their lungs how satisfied they are. If they had come to me, I'm in their content creator program. If they had come to me and they'd been like, hey Jay, you're a numbers guy, we've seen your channel, you've crunched numbers inside and out, what do you think about these changes? I would have said half of them are good, half of them are bad. And it's 55-45. I love the idea of helping new players get caught up. I do. But there was no reason to eliminate one system. You just needed to have this. They shouldn't have called it classic and new or whatever they call it. They should have called it, you know, agency versus static. You get to build these. They should struggle too. That's the grind. You know, in my years as a content creator, I've gone back and forth, and I've met some really great people on my YouTube channel. I've met some really great people in my Twitch channel, and I think over the years we've developed a really good idea. There is nothing wrong with the grind, as long as the grind is respectful of your time. You don't have to make progression by miles every time you progress. But if you spend a significant amount of time, you should see at least some healthy progression. Like, I'm not saying that you have to go from 2% damage to 15% damage all in one day. Speaking of one day, I did these events yesterday about 6 times. And I didn't even earn enough mod dust running dungeons, doing these events. I didn't even earn enough mod dust to buy one mod box. When I was able to buy a shit ton of the boxes because of all my old parts, because I had 350,000 armor mod parts. I had a lot. I was able to buy a lot, but now that I won't be able to do that again next week, if you play all day and you're not, and I'm not talking like somebody, I'm not talking about a 45-minute player. I played from my show until, at the end of my show, I made dinner and then I played till midnight. So 7 hours. If you grind for 7 hours, and you can't buy even one mod box, then what you've done is you've created a grind that's disrespectful of player time. Also, I would love friendly fire when people walk in front of you when you're shooting. I would love to friendly fire people in the back of the head. But you need your grind to be respectful of the time. It doesn't have to be easy. It has to be rewarding. But they keep listening to a very vocal minority, and then they have over 1,000 creators in their creator program. You think that they would be tapping those people for information? I'm not saying, now notice, I'm not saying make your changes based on your creators, but you should be sanity checking your proposed changes against your content creators. Because your content creators, if they're doing their job correctly, they're representing the cross section that is their audience. So I like slow, meaningful progression. Most people aren't going to stay and follow a streamer if they constantly talk about slow, meaningful progression. I like meaningful PvP. So people that want just random, LOL, I'm so random PvP, they're not going to follow my channel. So if you have enough creators in the space of different flavors, every viewer finds a creator that is their flavor. I haven't met one creator who said they liked these changes. Not one. They're all pretty much the same as me. But who is listening? Oh, Brawley, you are not gonna like my answer. But who is Ashes listening to? I just don't understand how you cannot do any of the changes to your game. I feel like all is fake, the numbers of employee, the money invested, and so on. Brawley, you're not gonna like this, but I'm glad you finally have hit rock bottom on Ashes of Creation, so I can tell you where the problem is. It's people just like you. And the reason you're not gonna like it is, you were one of the people that became very confrontational to my point of view. You were a blind follower. You were drinking the lemonade and you found out it turned out to be piss. The problem is all the people who got derogatory towards me, made death threats against me, doxed me, reported me. Like, it's like, you can report me to Twitch. All my Twitch manager is gonna do is review what you said, laugh and say, yeah, you're an asshole, but you didn't break our rules. The problem is, people can't say, oh, the ship is sinking on Ashes of Creation today. Why didn't somebody warn us? Because if you look behind you, there's me, there's Karthos, there's BCG, there's Death's Proxy, there's Ziz, there's Gigabear. There's a lot of people who 10 miles ago, 20 miles ago, 50 miles ago, had signs up on the side of the road that said, you're going the wrong way. No, you didn't speak out directly against me, but you didn't get behind me either. You were, when I would say something derogatory about Intrepid, you were pro-Intrepid, not pro-Jalan. The thing about being pro-company is when you're pro-company, white knight blind fandom, the company doesn't have to do anything to earn your loyalty. They don't have to prove anything. And I fell into that until things started lining up. And I was the worst of them. I was the worst of the defenders, the blind defenders of Intrepid, mainly from a perspective of people weren't even willing to give him a chance. A lot of people were right. As the lies were found, and people started talking about them, everybody should have turned and looked at Intrepid and said, you're full of shit, explain this. Steven's like, we're not an MLM, we're not a pyramid scheme, we're not a pyramid scheme, we're not a pyramid scheme. Then why is your CFO from a company? I was pro-game to come out, I don't give a shit about Intrepid or who is coming or who made the game, I just wanted a second Arcade. Well, luckily there is a second Arcade coming at the end of this year. There's another Arcade coming. Hopefully it captures that magic again. Unfortunately, I don't think it will. I don't think Arcade Chronicles is going to capture the magic. Brawley, there's no update that's going to make Ashes of Creation better. Ashes of Creation is a house built on the sand. It's sinking. And there is nothing Intrepid can do. Intrepid has built bad systems. ArcH Chronicles. Go to arcage101.com. The information I have on ArcH Chronicles is there. Put it all together like the original ArcH 101. Except now I learned how to code. But the problem is, Intrepid's Steven was so certain that the direction he was going was right that nobody could tell him, hey man, there's a pothole up ahead and you're doing 85 miles an hour down the wrong road anyway. So when he hit that pothole and he blew a tire, well, he's like, why didn't somebody tell me? And all the sycophants that he surrounded himself with they have their hands in their pocket and they're kicking the rocks and they're saying, well, it's Jay's fault. Well, it's Jay's fault no longer works anymore, because if it's my fault, why the fuck didn't you listen to me? Can't blame me for something if you didn't listen to me. What did I say years ago? Stop trying to go and be the fucking... Stop trying to be Rookie of the Year and MVP of the league in the same year. Stop trying to believe that you're going to win a championship your first year on a bad team. Just build something solid. What was it Steven said in the beginning? They're going to build a core viable product. Build that then. Build the core viable product. But they didn't do that. Steven got money. More people kept giving Steven money. Backers gave Steven money. And really, the problem now is there is nothing they can do to save that product. There is quite nothing they can do. I'm a CPI guy. I'm a continuous process improvement specialist. The Air Force has sent me to fix projects that are well beyond fixing, and I've managed to fix them. For years and years and years, I said, I still see things Intrepid could do to fix Ashes. As of, like, a week ago, Ashes can't be saved. Ashes is at that point in the movie The Titanic where the engineer is like, the Titanic, from this point forward, there's nothing you can do. The Titanic will sink. There is nothing Intrepid Studios can do now at this point to save Ashes of Creation. Because they are at a point where they need to strip everything back out of the game. They have systems that don't work because they're designed to not work. I want my house to be solar powered, but I want my house to be under a tree canopy. Well, which one do you want? Well, I want both. Well, you don't get both. You can have one or you can have the other. Yes, I understand it sucks when somebody says, what, do you want your cake and want to be able to eat it too? Well, yeah, I want to be able to eat my cake. I want to have my cake and eat it too. There's not a lot of good use of having cake and not being able to eat it. But you got to make some hard decisions. The way Intrepid explained the way things were supposed to work, they explained them right, but they didn't code them that way. You should never, ever, ever respawn into a node that's at war. You should respawn into a citizens hall, a non-PvP zone just outside of the node. Well, I don't want to be outside the node every time I log in. Okay, well, when you log in, do you want to be in the middle of a war and you get killed and lose all your stuff? Well, no. Great. Then the solution is when you log out, no matter where you log out, the login point for this grid is right here on the edge, and it's a PvP protected zone. That way, if you happen to log in and it just so happens to be in wartime, you don't die. It's not a realistic solution, but it's the right answer. Truthfully, the way the wars have been happening, all I've seen from people's footage in Ashes is Blob, Mage Ball, Zerg combat. If that is what you designed, and that is what you wanted to design, cool. if that is not what you wanted to design, because you said you wanted meaningful, strategic, critical thinking combat, well then why did you build Mage Ball combat? To bring it back to Once Human doesn't know what its identity is. They're going back to their identity. They're going back to it, but they need to, like, I thought this visional wheel was going to be great. I thought we were going to have to defend our bases again. I thought it was going to be that ore thing that we just did. I thought those were going to appear randomly on the whole map. Like, at the top of the hour, you never know if right next to your base is going to be one of those ore things and the NPCs were going to run to it. So if that ore spawned in the middle of your base, you better have guns, you better have defenses. You know, I thought when they said you were going to be able to put your base into reinforced, it meant you go over to your base, you put it in reinforced, and then your base basically shuts down. So I'm logging off for the day. Okay, hey, I'm going to leave my base up and running. When you log off for the day, make sure to put the Hive base. I thought this was going to be a great opportunity to bring Hive bases back. What? WhatsApp. Well, I'm assuming you mean what's up. Yeah, so these guys are working really, really hard. But it also, I'm going to show you something about this game that just makes me want to tear my hair out with these guys. Make it easy to give me money. Or to give you money. Make it easy to give you my money. I go into inventory. I go to cosmetics. I come over here to my gun. I hate this color. I go to see what skins there are. And I'm like, nope, not my style. Maybe. Nope, not my style. Oh, that's my style. Shop purchase. I literally want to give you money, and I can't. That is dumb. Exclusivity in cosmetics should not be exclusive in the cash shop. Exclusivity in cosmetics should be the ones you earn. I earned that. Not, it was only available for a short period of time. They tried to go back to it, but after this, people are going to complain to high hell, and they're going to knee-jerk the other way. And you know what, Ralph? People should complain. And here's why. If you're going to restrict the visional events to these areas, which you can, it's a way to do it, then why aren't these constantly... If you're not affected, if you don't want to be affected, then why are we only able to do the event for 15 minutes out of every hour? If I want to log in, like, somebody made a really, really great point. This looks so much like Endless Dream, but with less rewards. If this is how you wanted to play, just go play on the Endless Dream server. And I was like, damn, that's spot on. The lunar cycle, I understand the lunar cycle. The lunar cycle was bad because no matter where you were on the map, you were affected by the insanity. Happy Saturday. Yeah, this is Endless Dream Light. Exactly. This would have been great if they had introduced this before Endless Dream, seen how people responded to this, and then said, okay, but this is literally taking all the feedback that they should have gotten from Endless Dream, ignoring it, and then building something else that nobody asked for. But again, at least the developers, I give them an A+ in listening, but I give them a D- in parsing who they're listening to. Like, this zone would have been cool if you press and hold plus. A wild primal region where abundance and danger coexist triggers increased mutations in animals and plants while suppressing long-range firepower. So that is when you need to get up on top of the mobs. You can't shoot them from across the map, which sucks if you're a sniper. Many people who play sniper are being told, hey, this is nonsense because my weapon has been impacted and nobody else's has. You shouldn't make it, you shouldn't just be like some mobs are immune unless you're in melee range. What you should have done is blended it somehow where some mobs, if you're gonna make it so that some mobs you have to be in melee range, then you should have made it so other mobs you have to be way the hell far away from for them to take damage, because then now your snipers have a purpose, and your close range, in your face, submachine gun, assault rifle people, they have a purpose. What are my thoughts on the new lean on Intrepid Studios? The new lean on Intrepid Studios, coupled with the old lean on Intrepid Studios, factored in with Steven's response to the $800,000 lawsuit out of New York, coupled in with the $80,000, $60,000 lawsuit from Aetna Insurance in California. Anytime somebody blows off a lawsuit, it really tells you a lot about their character. So a while back, Steven made this big boast about the lawsuit, and he said, I don't know why you guys are worried about an $800,000 lawsuit. That's 1 week of operational expenses for Intrepid Studios. Well, Steven's got a big mouth, and Steven likes to say a lot of things, and he doesn't realize when you introduce that fact into evidence, then I'm going to take that fact and I'm going to extrapolate. So you said $800,000 is your OPEX. So your annual operating cost is 41 million 6. And you claim, and I'm gonna give you credit. What I'm gonna give you credit for is you claim that you sold 200,000 copies of your game, and at the time it was $43. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take 200,000 by $43, and I'm gonna give you $8.6 million. And because that is less than $10 million, I'm gonna take away Steam's cut. I'm gonna give you 6. I'm gonna give you 6 million, and I'm not even gonna cut Epic's money out, because I'm sure Intrepid Studios will have some form, way, shape, reason, whatever. And I'm sure they have this explanation. So we take $6 million, we divide it by 800,000. So on December 11th, Intrepid Studios acquired 7.5 weeks of development money, minus 1 because they have to hold in reserve to pay that lawsuit. So they got 6.5 weeks of development money. That time is almost up. Now after the first of the year, they start doing layoffs. And the funny part is, sycophants over in their community defend them. They're like, well, other big companies have layoffs. You're right, other big companies do have layoffs. Absolutely. But those companies aren't doing layoffs because they're out of money. Those companies are doing layoffs because of restructuring, project restructuring, forecasts. Yeah, ArenaNet had layoffs. ArenaNet is a $1 billion company. Riot had layoffs. Riot is a $1 billion company. They're not doing layoffs to survive. They're not tightening the belt to survive. Yeah, layoffs don't normally happen when pushing for release. Layoffs happen, well, let me back you up a second. Layoffs do happen when pushing for release, but they're expected layoffs. Because what happens is, you lay off developers because you need to make room on your staff out of your budget for ops and sustainment. Like, I don't know if you saw this, but this is how much Intrepid Studios thinks about you. Margaret not only is the community marketing lead, or the director of communications, she also runs the CS department, which I don't understand because her customer service sucks ass. Absolutely. The way she talks to people is completely unacceptable. But she said, I have a staff of 3 people for customer service. Why did you launch a product that would need live sustainment? with 3 customer service people. We'll say 4 if we include her. But then how are you doing the communication stuff? Like, I know what it's like to wear many hats. But when you start saying, well, I do this, I do this, I do this, I do this, great. You do 5 things poorly instead of 1 thing well. You have 3 people plus you doing customer service. Not good. Not a good look. You can avoid the melee only ones. Pretty simple fix, except you can't avoid the melee only ones during the events, because the melee only ones will run up on top of the crystal and break it, and then you don't get the 3rd box. You really, when you're doing that event, you don't want to open the first 2 boxes off of the ore. You only want to open the 3rd one. Use the first 2 as the minimum reward. Get the fuck are these things called again? Get the origin seeds and then open the 3rd one for the reward. Why are there job off? Oh, I didn't even see that stupid thing. Are there job openings after the layoff? Well, yeah, because their need for certain talent, the need for certain talent isn't going to go away. 3 people for 200,000 of the game. I got bad news for you. According to Intrepid, it's 330,000. I hate this fucking jellyfish motherfucker. I hate this thing. This is another one where I want to figure out which developer designed that. Why the hell are you designing a mob that can't be killed? You literally cannot kill the jellyfish things. And if somebody has figured out how to kill them, let me know. Like, they literally, they don't take damage. We've tried every type of weapon. We've tried every type of throwable, consumable. We've tried freezing them. We've tried burning them. You just can't kill them. They don't want to die. They're that scene in The Crow. Don't you ever fucking die? We've tried, I've personally tried the stun baton and the axe, and they don't take damage. Intrepid should, as far as I know, not be laying off anyone concerning how much they still need to be complete before launch. I agree with you. Revealing their weekly costs reminded me of when people learned how many people were concurrently playing Crowfall, all the lights went on. Yeah. And the problem is, Steven is the problem. Steven is the problem. And it's because he doesn't know how to be a leader. Which I don't... What I say is, and I'm not defending him, because I won't defend that man because he threw me under the bus. So fuck him. If you're gonna throw me under the bus and say, I masquerade the truth, what you're calling me as a liar, and I'm not the fucking liar. If you put me and Steven in the room, there's a liar in the room, and it ain't me. So you can figure out who the liar is. That pissed me off when he said that. When he said, content creators masquerade the truth. No, motherfucker. I don't masquerade the truth. I have no need to. But you notice I made 4 videos about that. I made 4 videos about that masquerading the truth thing, and Intrepid didn't respond to any of the points I brought up. Well, when you don't respond to it, it's because what do you say about the truth? How do you refute the truth? You lied. You had investors. You lied. You don't own 100% of the company. And one person even responded to a video that I made and said it's okay for the developer to lie to their player base. What? I want to watch the skill up video on AOC. I only saw the title, so I'm interested to hear what they have to think. Here's the problem with this entire skilling system with Intrepid. When I heard what Steven talked about with the next 3 phases were going to be identification of gaps, building skill gaps, and developing synergies. you don't even have all 50 levels done. Why are you trying to tweak before you have the rest of the levels done? Because no offense, no matter how much you want to make level 1 through 25 meaningful, you're only there once. And then you're not there ever again. I've seen predictions they released this year because of a combo of financial issues. Kickstarter refund promises is no release. Let me tell you what your Kickstarter refund promise is worth. Absolutely nothing. It's not legally binding. That refund promise is not legally binding. Here's why. Yeah, we promised to do refunds if things fell apart, but we're out of money. The company doesn't have any money to give you a refund. You can't sue him because you can't sue Intrepid Studios because they'll be out of money at that point. Now, where Steven has absolutely completely fucked up is he has pierced the corporate veil, and he has done exactly what Caspian did with Chronicles of Illyria. Because if you look at the last two liens against Intrepid, they're against Intrepid Studios, but they're also against Steven Sharif as a person, not Steven Sharif as the CEO. Because if anybody's ever about to jump off and say, well, how do you know? Because I know, because I'm the CEO of my company. Oh, hi. You're not supposed to be out here. There you go. You never cross the streams. We all learned that. Generation X learned this from Ghostbusters. Don't cross the streams. Is Paradox Gaming your platform? That's how I found you. Yes. I am the founder of Paradox Gaming Network. It's a company. It's a corporation that owns everything else under it. PGN Music specifically. But you don't cross the streams. PGN Music's or PGN's money is PGN's money. I don't touch PGN's money. Oh, Skill Up is a gaming creator. I thought you were talking about the Skill Up. I thought you were talking about skilling up in Ashes. My apology. I never heard of Skill Up. But you don't ever cross the streams. And what Steven has done is said, I'm going to take personal loans to fund my company. Well, why are you taking personal loans to fund your company? Do you not realize how absolutely terrible of a fucking idea that is? You secure a personal loan, and then you put the money into the company. Or your company takes a loan. But if Steven is having to put his name on the loans, then that tells me all I need to know about the financial state of Intrepid Studios. If banks will no longer loan Steven money, I'm sorry, let me rephrase. If banks and financial institutions will no longer loan Intrepid Studios money on their own accord, then they're financially too high risk. And if they're financially too high risk, well then the writing's on the wall. We're all the end game is all but here. You can't realistically run a company that can't leverage debt. And when you, like what Steven didn't realize when he turned around and said, we have an $800,000 a week operational expense. Well, are you generating $800,000 a week? Because I don't even think Star Citizen generates $800,000 a week. Let me see. Star Citizen generates Star Citizen generates about 1.4 million a week, which is Star Citizen will cross 1 billion in funds raised this year, which is absolutely unreal to me. So if you're Star Citizen, you can have $800,000 a week in operational expenses because you're still putting $600,000 a week in the kitty. Where is Intrepid Studios generating? Where are they generating 800,000 a week? I've said it forever now, and I'm sure you're going to agree. Having Steven as the public face of Intrepid was a catastrophe. No, having Steven as the public face of Intrepid was the right person, because Steven has the ability. Steven's money comes from multi-level marketing. Steven is really good at getting other people to give him money. Having Steven as the CEO of Intrepid Studios is the right person to have as the CEO. Steven as the creative director is the absolute worst dog shit idea ever, because he has no idea what the fuck he's doing. And from people that he's terminated, because I've spoken to a lot of ex-employees, Steven is the problem. Because Steven doesn't like the word no. He doesn't like restraints. What build am I running? I'm running a crit P90 right now. But I was running a crit P90 because I could never roll the mods I wanted for a weak spot P90. Oh hey, look at this gold Digby head motherfucker. I might also try a weak spot P90 now with the butterfly. But another little tiny tweak to this is that, number one, we need to be able to build more than one of these. Number two, we need to be able to build those in Eland, so when you go into your Eland, oh no, you're not. Because all of these are full. I have mountains and mountains of deviations. It would be nice if I could combine them here in Eland so that I could get 5/5s with the stats I want. And then it would also be nice if you're not going to give us that option, then give us the option to, when we import, not wait 7 days till we can put them into the fusion pod. I appreciate all your feedback. It's nice to talk to someone about this who isn't insane. Yeah, and I want to remind people, I was a big supporter of Intrepid. I have thousands of referrals. Those referrals, I'm owed 5 figures by Intrepid Studios on their referral program. I really wanted that game to be successful, because if that game was successful, it would give me several years worth of income that I make for the company, and then I could produce more music. I have $30,000 in music on PGN Music. What Intrepid owes me would allow me to nearly double the music count. And that was what I was looking for. Where are our extra drills now? We don't have extra drills. I will put mine in the box, and then I will slap the production department. I will put mine over here, and I will get some extra drills made. We have all the mats to make them. I'll get more drills. Let me make a note so that I don't forget. You're welcome. Solar drills. Reminds me of stereotypical politician that promises they will save everyone and make everything better during a recession. Steven came in with big promises during a lower part in the MMO cycle and has made these great promises. I can see the video essay scripts writing themselves if Ashes of Creation fails. Yes, seafood and oil is in the fridge, mainly because we were out of space. And seafood and oil in here. Yeah, Rael and I haven't had to fucking do anything in this game except log in once a week and run our silos. Heard that Steven has recorded internal meetings with the plan of making a documentary of a triumphant game. Heard anything like this? Could be an amazing documentary the other way when it goes under. Yes, Steven has said that. They did say that in the past. They said that they were documenting it and they were going to start releasing those things. And they didn't take my idea, which is fine. Don't take my idea. I gave them an idea that would have given them a massive marketing push, and they didn't like it because it came from me. Well, fuck them. I don't care. Want to be petty? Be petty. You want to be so petty that people are going to think your first name is Tom? Then go ahead. All I was trying to do is give you a bunch of ideas that I know would work. For those of you that don't know me, I retired at 19 from marketing. And then catastrophe struck. My mom got cancer. And so I then was going to go to law school. Then I went to the military. So it's not like I don't know. I've been doing marketing my whole life. My whole adult life, I've done marketing. That's why I was one of the people that defended multi-level marketing, because I still make money through multi-level marketing from when I was 20 years old. Real quick story. Multi-level marketing isn't bad. Pyramid schemes are bad. Multi-level marketing is you get people to do your job for you. That's it. The Girl Scouts are multi-level marketing. Girl Scouts of America have scout troops. Scout troops have Girl Scouts. Girl Scouts have parents who take the order forms to their jobs. The parents are involved in multi-level marketing. The parents go do the work for the scout. The Girl Scouts of America are smart as shit for how they arranged this. That is an unreal killer idea. Ashes gave me hope for a while. Now I shift my focus to what will hopefully become Destiny 3. So there is a reason why in industry you have the phrase money man, idea man. Steven is a great money man. Steven is a great idea man. But Steven should not be trying to take his ideas and transform them into reality, because his project was too ambitious. It was a BHAG. If you know anything about CPI, you have two types of goals. You have BHAGs. You have big, hairy, auspicious goals, and you have SMART goals. I feel so lost in this game when I play it. Should I watch some tutorials or something? Well, if you are lost in the game, just tell me why you're lost, and I will answer all of your questions. I just bullshit about other things until somebody brings up a once human question. Once a once human question comes up, I will stop and I will answer that. And then when we get a lull, I go back to what a lot of people know me for as the Ashes guy. If you're looking for a tutorial on some stuff, I do have to make the mod tutorial. I've carved out time tomorrow to talk about the mods. My old videos are outdated now. But this game is only overwhelming if you let this game be overwhelming. If you have questions always welcome. But no, you need to have a person, like, remember, Jeffrey Bard was hired to be the lead game designer. And he was, he interviewed to be a quest designer. And no, it's okay. You don't apologize for derailing me. Like I said, if somebody asks me a question, I will switch back to once human, and then when there's a lull, I'll go back to any other topic. Speaking of which, oh shit, I don't know if I brought fuel. Oh, I did. You are not the Ashes guy, you are the one-on-one for everything guy. Yeah, not everything, but I will always talk about things that I feel I'm qualified to talk about. If I don't feel I'm qualified to talk about it, I won't talk about it. I won't talk outside my lane. Like, you ask me a question about, like, how AI works, I'm gonna be like, I have no idea. But you ask me how do I better leverage AI, I'll tell you how I better leverage AI. Bard leaving makes no sense to me. I feel there has to be more to the story. Said he left for a dream job, but it's in a VR studio that hasn't made anything. So there is more to the story. However, all I can tell you is there is more to the story. I can't really go into the more of the story because I actually honor and respect off-the-record conversations, and I had a couple of off-the-record conversations, so I will tell you there is more to the story. But that story does not belong to me to tell. But what I will tell you is, when you have a person who... Okay, so in leadership, if you've not been in a leadership role, there's a lot of P's in project management. Project management is all P's. Processes, policies, pipelines, procedures. There's like 3 more that always slip my mind. But problems, procrastination. There's one more. But when you have a boss, that lead, that person in charge has their way of doing things. They have their way of doing things. I hated happy to glad. A lot of Air Force officers, it's called happy to glad because Air Force officers feel they have to put their signature on everything. I have to make sure that everybody knows that I was assigned here and I took over. I don't believe in that. If we've been using the word happy on all the reports, then I don't need to suddenly have you guys start using the word glad on all the reports. I don't give a shit. Happy works. It's a word. It's in the dictionary. I care about getting shit done, not getting credit for getting shit done. With that said, when Jeffrey Bard left, they fumble-fucked around for a real long time. And it's pretty clear a lot of Steven's problem is he doesn't like the word no. And there's a handful of game designers in my community. And they agree that I don't know enough to be in charge of building a game. They all agree with that. They all agree that I could do project management for them. They all agree that I have good ideas. But as far as the nuts and bolts, as the idea guy, I shouldn't be saying, I want battles of 500 versus 500. That's not what the idea guy should be saying. The idea guy should be saying to the experts, how many people can the technology support in our large scale fights? And then once I have that answer, then I figure out a way to design content with those strict guardrails. So if they say to me, you can have 500 actors versus 500 actors, and I say, you mean 500 versus 500? They say no, because a summoner pet takes the place of one of the actors. The summoner pet is an actor. Oh, okay. So what are we really looking at? Well, 500 versus 500 is the absolute max you're going to be able to do. But you could probably reasonably get away with, 350 versus 350 and still have good, buttery, smooth combat. Okay, 350 versus 350. I don't like that number. Why don't we set 300 versus 300 so we have a little bit of content cap and we'll design it that way. Great. Okay, from that point forward, our largest fights are going to be designed for 300 versus 300. Even though we know we have some overhead room. That's it. We made that decision on day one. That decision permeates every other decision. When you start hearing things like, well, we're going to have open world dungeons. Why? Because Intrepid kept saying open world dungeons, because New World had done open world dungeons, and everybody's bullshitting on how great open world dungeons are. Open world dungeons, unless you're telling me why they're going to be great, you're just chasing buzzword bingo. Look, instance dungeons are a really smart idea because they specifically allow you to control who's in there. It allows you to control the content density. Well, we want to have PvP available. Ah, so you want PvP available. Then do it the way Where Winds Meet does it. Where Winds Meet, if there's a bounty on you, people can enter your world. Okay, so do we want random, LOL, I'm so random PvP? Or do we want meaningful PvP? We want meaningful PvP. Okay, well then we can do instanced combat, so we have a better control of the content density. But now we have to decide what rules and what mechanics allow infiltration of a dungeon. Family feuds, guild wars, node wars. And what I'm doing right now is I'm backseat driving Intrepid because nobody's in the driver's seat, so I might as well try to drive this bitch from the backseat. So now we're gonna put the dungeons into instances. Well, that's gonna break the feeling of the open world. Yeah, and it's called a dungeon. Well, I want to be able to go in there and randomly kill people. Great, you're not our target audience. Open world dungeons are dog shit. Who wants to fight all the way to a boss just to have another group jump you last minute for the kill? Well, that's a great point. That is an absolutely great point. Some people do want that. Some people do want that. Your PvEers don't. Now, your PvEers, you have a spectrum here. Let me go to white. White's a little bit easier to see. So you have a spectrum. Your PvPers, your hardcore PvPers, they want open world dungeons. Your hardcore PvEers, they do not. So instead of having this LOL random PvP threat, what if we made it meaningful PvP threat? So now, if there's 8 of you in a dungeon, and you have, your guild is at war with another guild. There's 8 of you in a dungeon together. Okay? So what's gonna happen is, another guild that's at war with you can infiltrate your dungeon, but we have a cost to that. Maybe it's something they have to gather. Maybe it's something they have to make. Maybe it's something they have to commit. But now we've created content. Yeah, there's visual tricks to get around breaking the open world. Thank you. Salty Bread is a developer. And he's one of the people that, yeah, I have a lot of great ideas, but I have no idea how to implement them. You're absolutely right. You don't have to have this. You can have seamless loading. You can have seamless loading screens. And then all that happens is you don't have permission to enter the next area. When you hit that seamless thing, it pops up and says, which one are you trying to go into? New or infiltrate? Infiltrate. And then it shows you who you can infiltrate. If you hit infiltrate, there's nobody there, you can't infiltrate. Easy peasy. Now we have to refine that. That's just 50,000 foot broad. Why the hell am I on this screen? That's just 50,000 foot broad stroke. Hardcore PvEers, usually the PvPer are the hardcore PvEers, and the only PvEers are dads with no time and other duties to do. Nothing hardcore on them, despite them saying they're hardcore. No, I don't know how to tell you this, but you are 100% absolutely incorrect. Hardcore PvEers are usually not the hardcore PvPers. And the hardcore PvPers are not usually the hardcore PvEers. I have no idea where you come to that idea. None at all. I'm gonna say one game name that completely disproves you. World of Warcraft. There's hella hardcore PvEers in World of Warcraft. And then, if your theory is correct, why do all the PvP realms in World of Warcraft turn into dog shit? Do I see any path forward other than a rush beta and release this year? Here's the path I see. I see Steven and Intrepid getting to something that looks like a launch. And I see Steven's big problem is purging himself of the 2 loans that he is personally fiscally responsible for. That's all I see right now. I tell you why I come to that idea. Watch on Ashes of Creation, the people that do PvP. Stop, dude. I'm going to stop you right there. Ashes of Creation is not a textbook acceptable example for anything. It is a dog shit game that is still in Alpha 1 state. It is still in the... Don't ever fucking use Ashes of Creation to me as a goddamn example. The game has less than 20,000 players. When they banned 2,000 bots, their population went down by 2,000. People aren't playing Ashes. You're not going to tell me that Ashes of Creation is a walking, talking example of anything hardcore except hardcore testers. Take ArcAge then. No, incorrect. Bullshit. Then you're absolutely 100% wrong. Take ArcAge, for example. I know tons of fucking people that ran all of the content in ArcAge and got their dream rings, did that other one that was on the top of Warsong Mist. They could clear that in 8 minutes or 9 minutes. Hardcore motherfucking PvEers. I could not get them to PvP to save their fucking lives. I could not get them to do anything related to PvP. I had to beg, borrow, cheat, and steal to even get them to come out to defend cargo ships. People at hardcore PvEers that would run away from PvP in ArcAge. No. ArcAge is an example absolutely against what you're talking about. Hardcore PvE... what hardcore PvE did PvPers have to do in ArcAge? To gear in ArcAge, hardcore PvPers just did the PvP content, which was more lucrative than the PvE content. By the way, if you're going to try to say, well, what about the Hiram raids? That was the only way to get that gear. Period. There wasn't a parallel way to develop. So you're like, I'm using games that don't even have the ability to prove the point you're trying to prove. Dude, if hardcore PvPers were also hardcore PvEers, the MMO industry wouldn't be in the shit shape it's in right now. Yeah, unless your game is a competitive esport game, you don't build your game around the 0.1%. Yeah, the top 0.0001% of people, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about hardcore PvEers that never do PvP at all. Because if what you're saying is World of Warcraft, then the PvP realms would have been the most populated realms. But they're not. They never have been. People don't want to deal with hardcore PvPers because hardcore PvPers, make money is all the PvE you had to do. Didn't make money with PvP. What stealing packs you mean is making money? You make always more money making the packs yourself instead of waiting. No, what the fuck are you talking about? Brawly, I used to steal 20 to 30 Abyssal packs every Abyssal. You don't make more money. So you don't make money stealing the packs because I didn't have to spend any of the labor to make the shit to make the pack. You made the shit, you made the pack, you brought it to me, I stole it from you, I only used the turn-in labor, and I took 80% of your money. And fight on events against all the other people do PV money and PvP on events. Yeah, Brawly, you're wrong. You're just wrong. Yeah, maybe when the server's alive, maybe the first 2 weeks. Brawly, shut the fuck up. Don't then I sit in Fredic the whole day. Why would I? See, that's your problem, Brawly. Why would I sit in a place where there's not money to be made? I didn't sit at Fredic to make money because that's not where the money was made. I sat in the crossover to Ostera so that I could be on my island with 2 radars up so I could see all the boats moving. And the only time I didn't pirate was when Squanky was online because he was so damn good at it. Squanky was a hardcore PvPer. That motherfucker did PvE to get his dream ring, and then I never saw him at PvE again. He hated PvE. You're using terrible examples. Absolutely terrible examples. Shit, man. How many times did a group of 10 or 12 people break up the opposite faction's Crimson Rift? Because you had all these people with gear, they were afraid to PvP. I played WoW for a decade and all I did was Warsong Yeah, you're kind of proving the point. You weren't a hardcore PvEer then. I played WoW. I used to laugh about WoW. I would play WoW. I'd go to college, get home, get back into Alteric Valley, and it was the same damn one that was going on before I went to class. AV was one of the best PvPs I've seen in any game. I would say that AV was the best battleground non-sport I've ever seen. Huttball was absolutely amazing. Huttball is the best. And then Huttball, and then the other one from Star Wars: The Old Republic, the Seize the Bridge, that one was good too. That's what we need in games. See, that's what you have to put into content for people. Intrepid's like, we're gonna develop all this player agency content, but not every single thing in your game can be world-shapingly important. You need a bunch of bullshit time wasters. Like, if you don't have that stuff, then what do people do in between those events? Well, in a game that has open world PvP, they go and harass other players. And as I said years ago, you guys all know in Ashes, I was the biggest person against the corruption system. Come on, man, I need like better mods. These mods are fucking terrible. What I said was, if you don't create content for the other people, things beside tavern games, right? AV was fun when it was server war, but they nerfed it. Yeah, they did nerf AV so bad. And what they didn't do with AV is they didn't boost the mob difficulty as people got better and better gear. So pretty soon AV became not PvP, it became about PvE. It became about avoiding the other group, burning down their bosses before they could burn down yours. Let's not PvP then. As soon as PvEers found out how to manipulate AV, that's what they did. You very, 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 very rarely do you find people that are equal split. I want a PvP or I want a PvE. It is a very, very small minority of people that equally love both. You have hardcore PvPers that all they want to do is PvP. They don't even like to PvE to get gear. That's why tradable gear is so good. You got a person that does not want to run dungeons to gear up, but they will PvP and defend your guild 27 hours a day. I don't mind running an extra couple of dungeons a week to get that person gear. You got a Rottweiler that wants to defend your guild and all they want is gear and consumables because they don't like making money. That's why you make it so things aren't bound. Because you're gonna have that handful of people. You're also gonna have the handful of people that don't mind working really, really hard, as long as when they say, hey, hey, I need to do a caravan. All right, hey, everybody, the moneymaker, the money man, he needs us all. We need to go here. Well, why? It's probably going to be boring escort duty, but there might be PvP. I don't want to do it. Well, if you don't do it, you're not getting any more free PvP gear from the guild. I'll be there. Oh, imagine that. Look at that. I feel we played two different ArcAge versions. I feel I argue, but all I'm saying is that's bullshit. Okay, then it's not like I have proof to my point. Yeah, but the problem is, Brawley, we did play two ArcAge versions. Your ArcAge version is the era of after ArcAge had died, and you still hung on, because it was your game, it was your jam. And this is where, unfortunately, you loved ArcAge. You loved it. ArcAge was your shit. You would have married that shit and had it have 3 of your babies if you could have. And there's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with a game being your jam. But when a game is your jam, you become biased and you don't want to hear bad things about it. You want to remember it fondly, right? You want to be like, this was the best, this was the pinnacle, this is what I want. It's why lots of people went back to WoW and they said, they were like, vanilla WoW was amazing. And then they went back to vanilla WoW and they're like, oh, this sucks. Yeah, because what you have is you have nostalgia. You have nostalgia about it. Like, for example, I love Contra. Okay, I love Contra. All the way back in the day, I remember... Oh, my frother is out for delivery. Nice. I need to say one thing to one person. Sorry. My milk frother is out for delivery today. But yeah, one of my favorite games was Contra. I loved Contra. In fact, my dad laughed. I used to, when I was a kid, I know, this is when dinosaurs roamed the earth. I played Contra all the time because I got Nintendo Power and I was dead set on, I was dead set on beating the high score in Contra. And my dad used to laugh. I had the Polaroid camera sitting next to me. I had a 35 millimeter camera sitting next to me. I said, if I ever break this score, I am going to take a picture of this. I'm going to get my name in this magazine. Oh, fuck, man. Thousands of hours trying to beat the high score in Contra. Never got close. But it was my jam. It was my fucking jam. I played Contra not long ago. But shit. Dragon Warrior for the NES. Dragon Warrior was fucking amazing, right? We all loved it. The Inevitable Betrayal. You all play, if you played Dragon Warrior, you got to the last boss and you agreed to join him. You know you did. Don't tell me you didn't. You all picked the option that you agreed to join him. Then what happens? Your game is over. And you literally get the dun dun dun, you fucking lost. You traitor to the realm. Tried to play Dragon Warrior not long ago. It sucks. The graphics are terrible. The gameplay is terrible. Over on my YouTube channel, my playthrough of Final Fantasy 1. Final Fantasy 1. Great game for when it came out. Sparked an entire, one of the longest running chains of games. But Final Fantasy 1. Yeah, Brawley, so that's the thing, when we talk about Arcade, you loved Arcade. You were all about Arcade. Arcade was your jam, and I hope you find that jam. And here's why. I want you to find that jam, but I want you to recognize, to find that jam, we all of us, every player of every game that we love, we have got to stop giving companies money and giving companies blind praise. If we give them praise, they don't get our money. If we give them money, they don't get our praise. Yeah, go ahead, ask whatever question you want. We have got to start saying to game companies, love the direction, let's see more. And as I said, I was guilty of this. I believe Steven at face value. My mistake. Won't happen again. You mentioned Steven using personal loans to fund the studio, but saw no mention of this in your article. Did you write about this somewhere else? I don't remember if I wrote about it somewhere else, but it is in the lien paperwork. If you pull the lien paperwork, his name appears on the most recent two. The one from the person who the FTC shut down. One of Steven's backers is a person that made their money at a company that the FTC shut down for being a pyramid scheme. So now we have this problem, right? And here's this problem that we have. The problem is Steven says Ashes isn't a pyramid scheme. And yet, two of his financial backers are companies that have been investigated and lost lawsuits for being pyramid schemes. I'm not saying that Ashes is a pyramid scheme. You were using those Suck and Treasure mods that show you a big pillar in the distance where they were. Absolutely killed Arcade for me. 1,000 gold pack without anybody contesting. Yep. And the first time that those sunken treasures were out, we cleared all of them. And I couldn't believe at the end of the run through how much gold we had, Usher. I could not believe how much gold we were sitting on. It was a ridiculous amount of gold. I had a discussion with someone the other day where they said that European allies are a net negative for the United States. You are. I'll get to the rest of your comment, but that so far you are. When it comes to NATO, I believe the European allies are a net positive since it allows US having bases in Europe that allows them to project force and supremacy from them. Am I wrong or you're wrong? We spend $50 billion. We spend $50 billion a year. Oh, I can't do that at the moment. We spend $50 billion a year to have those bases. But then company like Germany will continuously fine us for flying in it during quiet hours. Not really nice allies. We don't need land-based bases to launch our aircraft from. The only real, it's nice like Aviano was nice. Because when we did Operation New Dawn and Operation Vigilant Protector, we were able to do bombing missions in Syria with pilots who then went home that night to their kids in Italy. Now, it wasn't great for the pilots because a bunch of the pilots I know had mental breakdowns because when you're in the deployed environment, there's a certain camaraderie that helps you deal with what you're going through. When you go home, you're not supposed to be a dad and a guy that just bombed people that morning at the same time. Like, you're still a dad when you're deployed, but you're supposed to be with your brothers in arms. That's why Band of Brothers should be mandatory watching for everybody. But no, militarily wise, our European bases are a net negative for us. Political wise, they're a net positive for us because we send tens of thousands of service members into Europe, and it allows Americans to see Europe, it allows Europeans to see Americans. It's a net positive geopolitically, but it's a net negative militarily. People use cheats for Sunkens. Everybody knew. Yeah, I never did. You will never, ever, ever come to my stream and see me using hacks, cheats, or exploits unless it's in response to a very dumb mechanic. Like, for example, if I get attacked by the Fool, you might see me log out and log back in. Because even if you shoot the Fool with the ammo that you're supposed to be able to kill the Fool with, the Fool doesn't die. Well, I'm not a big fan of playing a game where the ammo doesn't work. I think that's bullshit. So in totality, it's a net positive or net negative. In totalitarian, it's not either. Geopolitically positive, militarily negative. We can't just throw one or the other on there. We gotta break it down. I was doing it out of frustration. All the gold sellers, I couldn't compete. Yeah, it was Plox. I don't know what Plox is up to. He's not a friend of mine. Plox has always been respectful to me, and I've always been respectful to Plox because I tell all of Plox's story. I just don't shit on him for I just don't shit on him for being a guy that writes exploits. A lot of people don't know the truth about Plox, and Plox offered to fix all of those issues in ArcAge. I don't remember the dollar amount, but it was like, I want to say $10,000. Plox literally went to, I believe, and forgive me, I no longer have my ArcAge binder of record keeping, so I'm trying to remember. I believe Plox went to Big Data Dude and said, I can identify all of the flaws in the code and I can give you the solutions, but my price tag for the contractor work is $10,000. I think that was the dollar amount. I know it wasn't 20, just so that we're keeping the story as truthful as I can. I believe it was 10,000, but it might have been up to 19. I know it wasn't 20. And Big Data Dude basically told Plox to go fuck himself and take a flyer. We don't need you. Well, then fix the fucking exploits. Like, the ability to make the water disappear and walk along the bottom of the ocean. That's embarrassing that you should be embarrassed that you have that going on. Like, you should be ashamed of yourself. That's terrible. But where I disagree with Plox is that I don't like when people I don't like when people sell exploits for games. But as a student of social science, selling the exploit to the game is one way to try to get the company to fill the gap. But Trion was never interested in fixing the game. Deviated onion, deviated saffron from a dead tree. That's interesting. You're not wrong or right, 6 foot. The way you framed it to me originally was militarily. That's why I went a little bit beyond. But you're right. It is too complex of a question. The only reason why people use exploits and cheat is because developers never give a shit to ban those people. So then people see them exploiting and they feel to win they have to. Yeah, you're right. In my world, I do not believe in the idea. If I ever started a game company, which trust me, I would love to have the money to start a game company. I'll never have that amount of money. I have comfortable money. I don't have fuck you big dick baller money. I don't have that money. I'll never have that money. Now, if y'all go get 200 friends each and bring them here, maybe. But people cheat to get advantage. That's the primary reason. Most people are scum and would cheat. I don't agree with you. I think that I do not think most people are scum. I do not think most people would cheat. I think most people that do cheat wouldn't cheat if there was actual enforcement. But as Browley said, if everybody's cheating in a competitive game, then I have to cheat in order to be competitive. Is not actually that far off of a reasonable statement. Because many game companies do batch banning. Many companies don't do individual banning. You should not be banning on Tuesdays. You should be investigating and banning in real time. And you should be naming and shaming when you ban. If everyone is cheating, then it's basically no longer a cheat. That's the new gameplay loop. Exactly. Like, for example, when I ran the fucking dungeon, the best dungeon in ArcAge until it was on the East Continent. I can't think of the name. It was the one with the water with the guy in it. I don't see how that would apply to some casual first-person shooter games, and yet people still cheat. You're right. Because people that suck at life, in general, go to games where they can cheat and feel powerful. Blizzard popularized batch bannings because they have a financial incentive to do it that way. Correct. Batch banning, there is a financial incentive to do batch banning. You are correct. Though, yes, the people who deliberately cheat are scum, but I don't think most people would cheat. I think most people want competitive fair play. I think there are people that cheat, and then there are people that follow up the cheating because they're cheating because cheating's allowed. That's why cheating should never be allowed. You should be banning people immediately. You should be punishing guilds when they benefit from the ill-gotten gains, you should be making sure that everybody knows this sort of bullshit ain't gonna be tolerated. And if you do that, what you end up with is a smaller game but a better game. Batch banning makes it more difficult for cheat developers to figure out how their cheat was discovered. That is true. That is true. As soon as you start banning people, it's easy to figure out how they were banned. But you know what else is better? When you have somebody like Fox, who comes to you and says, I can identify this. Okay, $10,000 in the overall scheme of things is a small amount of money, and you're going to identify a bunch of deficiencies in our security code. Yeah, we'll pay you $10,000, but we'll pay you $10,000 conditional on two parts. One, you absolutely identify the causes, and two, you give us the solution. So with Ashes Dead in the Water, what MMO are you looking forward to? To be honest, I'm not looking forward to an MMO because I'm an old dog now, and with my medical condition, I'm never gonna lead a guild again. I tried to lead in Where Winds Meet, and I do not have the energy to lead people anymore. I will absolutely be an officer in a guild. I'll be your logistics manager. But I'm not really excited about finding a new MMO simply because I have 6 years until I move to Florida. And once I move to Florida, my gaming is pretty much done. Once I move to Florida, I'm gonna be retired. I might still stream, I might not. I might still game, I might not. But I'm no longer golly gee whiz totally stoked about this game or that game or the other game. I'm not. If we get a good game, we get a good game. If we don't get a good game, we don't get a good game. Like, I've got 12,000 hours in this in 2 years. I've got Crusader Kings 3, I've got Stellaris. I'm completely happy if another MMO doesn't come out. Do I want Guild Wars 3 to come out and be successful? I do, but let's all be honest for a second. So that we are just keeping it real. There's no game in development on the market right now that I think is going to be, oh my god, what the fuck, barbecue chicken, amazing. Chrono Odyssey is pretty solid. And I love the fact that Chrono Odyssey turned around and said, you know what, guys, we failed you, and we're going to focus on making this shit better. Chrono Odyssey was supposed to have already launched. And they said, not today, Satan. We're not launching a bad game. We're going to wait till we have a good game. ArcheAge Chronicles is coming out, but with Jake Song departing, I don't know how good of a game ArcheAge Chronicles is going to be. And XL Games has done nothing to prove to me that they give a shit. NetEase has. Between this and Where Winds Meet, it is pretty clear NetEase wants, and Marvel Rivals, right? It's between those three games, NetEase has pretty much said, in my opinion, you have our apology for us being shitbag developers and greedy motherfuckers for years. Here's some games that are good that we're not selling you. We're not selling power, we're selling quality. Riot was hot air to me until they fired Ghostcrawler. If they recognize his incompetence that early, I have hope. I think what every video game company needs to learn from the Ashes of Creation debacle is this. Stop overhyping, overpromising, and underdeveloping. I don't need to hear about your game until 60 days before you plan on doing your first alpha. I don't need to hear about your game until 60 days before then. In the new modern content creator driven, influencer driven media world, I don't need to know about your game that far in advance, because then it just leads to rampant wild speculation. Riot gave up on Hytale, and that game is doing very good. Let's see. So I don't know if I would say that game is doing good or not. There's 16,000 viewers on Twitch right now for Hytale. And a developer somewhere has claimed 2.8 million people are playing it. Okay, so that comment is fake. I don't know if we can say Hytale is doing great, because we don't have empirical data. We would need empirical data. And I know people don't like this about me, and that's okay. You don't have to like it. There is one metric of success of a game that matters. And it's the only metric that matters. And the metric is financial success. And the reason why financial success is the only metric that matters is because you're telling me people are paying. The counter argument to the financial success is the only qualifying metric, is because then the argument you have to make in counter to that is that people are paying for a bad game. And if you start your discussion from, well, I believe that this game is terrible, and I say, okay, but it's got 2 million concurrent players, but yeah, it's still a bad game. Well, it's really easy to make the argument if you think the game is bad, but are you telling me 2 million people are playing a bad game? Game sold 5 million copies. Riot gave up because they bloated the fuck out of the game and wanted to effective release Minecraft level crossplay, but the devs cannot deliver. I am cautiously intrigued by the Lord of the Rings MMO that Amazon is developing. Yes, Amazon no longer has... Amazon has a caretaker staff for New World until they shutter it. Everything else is shit-canned and canceled. Which is a shame. But it is what it is. All new games now are the same copy pasta Unreal Engine 5 MMO. Well, there is something to be said about using Unreal Engine 5. And using Unreal Engine 5 is really smart for small developers because Unreal Engine 5 has included with it $12 million worth of graphical assets from the BR mode that they shut down when they put all their eggs into the Fortnite basket. The problem is using Unreal Engine 5 leads a lot of developers, including Intrepid Studios, to the belief that the engine will do the heavy lifting. Unreal Engine 5 is a great engine, and nobody can say it's not a great engine. Where Unreal Engine 5 has some issues is Unreal Engine 5 out of the box is not designed to be an MMO engine. Unreal Engine 5 out of the box is designed to be a Fortnite engine, a Battle Royale engine, a MOBA engine. It's not designed out of the box to be an MMO engine. And because I'm stupid when it comes to game engines, it's going to sound oxymoronical, but because I'm stupid about game engines, I'm really actually insightful about the game engines. Yeah, Unreal Engine 5 is great if you know what to remove because it's very bloated compared to Unity, for example. Right. Unity is stronger out of the box. Unreal Engine looks better out of the box. Each engine has things you're going to have to put a lot of work into. Unreal Engine, you're going to have to put a lot of work into your networking, your gridding, your grid controllers. Unity, on the other hand, you're not going to have to put as much work into those things, but you're going to have to put a lot of work into making the game look good. Unreal Engine 5, you can make a walkable through world. You, not a game company, you can download Unreal Engine 5 and all the assets, and you could build a town in a couple of weekends. You could populate that town. You can download stock weapons and weapon mechanics and weapons physics and weapons rules. You can start to put together a game with just Unreal Engine. The problem is, unless you know how to do all the other parts of that, you're going to run into a situation where, shit, now my game is getting popular, or I think my game is getting to a point where I want people, and you're like, but I don't have any of the other requisite skill sets necessary to support this. And that's what I think is happening with a lot of these smaller development companies. They're desperately trying to build a game, but they don't have enough money. Remember, it takes an awful lot of money to do things. Either you can do it yourself, or you have to pay somebody else to do it for you. There was nothing wrong with the decision to make Ashes of Creation, or Chrono Odyssey, or ArcheAge Chronicles, or any of these other games in Unreal Engine. Nothing wrong with those decisions. Eternal Tombs. There's nothing wrong with the idea to make those games in Unreal Engine. But now you have to consider to yourself, do I have the rest of the staff necessary to fix the other problems? Yeah, that's a good point. Unreal Engine 5 is complete, has everything installed, so you have a lot of things in there that you might not need. Unity, on the other hand, every single thing in Unity you put in Unity. That's a great perspective. It's like Filmora is great. I've never graduated up to a different video editor. I use Filmora because it does everything I need it to do. I don't need the golly gee whiz, I don't need the hot dog warming rack add-on because I don't like hot dogs. You know what I'm saying? Like, people, when they start buying shit and it's like, oh, it's got this feature. Are you gonna use that feature? I don't need that feature. Like, we have our oven is a smart oven. Our oven, you can turn the oven on remotely. Now, that's great. Okay? That's great. Do you really need the fucking feature that allows you to turn your oven on remotely? I mean, do you really need that feature? I'm not quite sure if you really, really need that feature. Yeah, I loved Windows Movie Maker. It was great. And then what'd they do? Got rid of it. I like Filmora. I bought Filmora when it was still one-time purchase. It was still one-time purchase. You purchased it. It was good to go. I liked Filmora. I subscribed to the film stocks, although I haven't made a video in like 3 months now. It's whatever. I my hands are feeling pretty good now. My medication is working. I'm gonna work on a video tomorrow. Stop being a lazy slack bitch. Do a mod video to explain this because some people are confused. But no, I think first and foremost, gamers don't want to hear somebody else blame them, but I'm blaming all of us. I'm blaming we're all to blame. Cyberpunk is arguably the greatest RPG ever made. I'm gonna argue with you. The argument I'm gonna make to you is Cyberpunk is the greatest non-turn-based RPG ever made. I would say it that way because I would argue Baldur's Gate is arguably better. Yeah, BG3, exactly. But what hurts Baldur's Gate is the turn-based combat. That's what hurts Baldur's Gate. So I would agree with you. Cyberpunk, as long as we divvy out the RPG category into turn-based, non-turn-based. But now here's where you're gonna. Baldur's Gate 3 is the greatest turn-based RPG. Turn-based RPG. But Baldur's Gate 3 is not the greatest turn-based game. The greatest turn-based game is Final Fantasy Tactics: The Ivalice Chronicles. But Baldur's Gate 3 gives you a lot more freedom. Gives you a lot more freedom, gives you a lot more immersion, gives you a lot more player agency. But without Final Fantasy Tactics, I don't think we get any of these other good turn-based games. Cyberpunk is more visually impressive. That is a hard one. I don't think you can compare and contrast Baldur's Gate 3 and Cyberpunk on visual fidelity, on graphic fidelity, because they are radically different IPs. I don't know that game. But why would you use Unreal Engine 5 if you have to gut it then re-add all the features you want? Just seems like a lot of wasted time, no? You don't have to gut it. You don't have to. That probably wasn't a clear way to say it. The problem is you have to know everything that's in it. And if you don't know everything that's in it, where your problem's going to be is now you've got a lot of bloat. You've got a lot of bloat in your engine, and you have a lot of features that you might not be using. It's kind of like when people buy something and it's got 15 features on it that they don't need, but they bought it because they felt they needed to buy best in top line. I'll give you a great example. Here's a great correlation. When people tell me they're buying a new computer and I say, cool, that's awesome. What are you buying it for? And they said, oh, gaming. And I say, oh, are you putting 16 or 32 in it? And they say, oh, I'm putting 64. And I stop for a minute and I say, you're buying a gaming machine. Yes. And you're putting 64 gigs of RAM in it. And they're like, yeah, more is better. And I'm like, no, more is not better. More is not better. For you, there's a lot. Now we've got to start asking a lot of questions. In fact, what people don't grasp the concept of, and Salty Bread, I'm about to butcher something, so you might need to translate Jalan to audience for me. Depending on your motherboard may not operate as efficiently with 4 sticks in it as 2. You want to put 2 sticks of the highest, fastest, best performing RAM. But if you're just gaming on the machine, you don't need 64 because you're never going to leverage 64. you're never going to need it. And so you're only going to use half. You're going to use less than half anyway. And the less than half that you're using is running differently because you have 4 sticks in. More isn't always better. Like, when I showed people the specs of my streaming box in 2020, people were like, I don't know why you bought a 5950. It's not good for gaming. And I said, because I didn't build this machine just for this isn't my gaming machine. I bought the streamer box and I had a 1080. I could game on it, but it was designed for video work and music work. Oh shit, I have the balloon on me. So, it's not always a matter of buy the biggest... Holy shit, I am out of ammo. It is not always buy the biggest, baddest of everything. Sometimes it is very much buy the right tool for the job. Totally do not have the right pants on for using this weapon. Ashes managed to butcher Unreal Engine 5's fidelity, which is impressive, but the fidelity of Ashes is still better than WoW. WoW has better art direction, and that's where, yeah, you have to be really, really clear. There is art style, there's graphical fidelity, there's graphical style. You could have a really great looking game and not like the graphics because you don't like the art style. For example, some people don't like WoW's graphic style because it's cartoony graphics, and that's a perfectly valid thing to not like. You don't like the cartoony graphic style, but back in the early 2000s, the cartoony graphic style was one that we knew was going to stand the test of time because we didn't have the capacity to make realistic graphics yet. Now that we have the ability to make realistic graphics, I would say this game right now that I'm playing has better graphics than Ashes of Creation. I believe that the graphics are more realistic, the graphics are more lifelike. I believe everything is better in scale. I just feel, my opinion, that this is better art direction, better environmental art, better everything than Ashes of Creation. Now, you might not agree. Now, part of the reason you might not agree is because you're a fanboy. Ashes butchered fidelity because it's an MMO. No, fidelity is the quality of the assets. I don't think they butchered the fidelity. I think they butchered the, what they did is you have a character that doesn't look like he should be in that world because the trees are the wrong size to scaling to the character. I think where Ashes' graphics fail is it's like you had 3 art directors instead of 1 art director. You had character art, environmental art, and then assets. And it doesn't look like anybody ever had meetings. It's like they all worked in different buildings and they never brought over work, and everything was put together by a 4th team. And I don't think Ashes ever, did the diligence. You can have 3 of the best artists in the world, but if their styles can't blend and complement each other, then what you have is shitty hodgepodge jammed together assets, which I think is what we have in Ashes. I think, like, for example, this game, other than the goofy jester hat that I'm wearing, the character's gun looks like it belongs on the character. Now, the coloring isn't fidelity. Coloring is style. I think the coloring is terrible. But I think the size, the dimensions, it looks, the way the character's holding it, all looks good. I also think I'm looking at underneath an industrial complex. I immerse myself into this. This comes together very, very well. The background, the environment, the assets, the character assets. When I go up these stairs, first of all, this character running, and unfortunately I can't zoom out more, but this character running looks like a character running. This looks like a character running holding a weapon, right? The stairs are proportional. Ash's Where Winds Meet is absolutely an MMO. I don't know how Where Winds Meet doesn't qualify as an MMO. Where Winds Meet has a solo mode, an online mode, and a single shared world. How is it not a massive, millions of players, multiplayer? It has that. It has 2 modes of multiplayer. Online, you have to be online to play it. You can't play it locally. It is definitely a role-playing game. Where Winds Meet is an MMO. It meets every benchmark qualification of an MMO. Just because it has a solo mode and a co-op mode. You can agree to disagree, but then you're going to have to tell me what metric and criteria it's not making an MMO by. If it didn't have that online world that you have to go to do content, then I would agree with you. But you can't do, like, you literally try to do some content, it tells you you have to go to the online world. Likewise, if you're on the online world and you try to do some content, by that definition, CSGO is an MMO because Dust 2 is a persistent map. Well, if they have a persistent map, do they have character development? Do they have retained character development? Yeah, CS2, that's a lobby shooter. But if you're telling me it has a persistent map, now I need to know, I need to have more information. If it has a persistent map without resets, without full character resets, and meaningful progression, Dust 2 is not a persistent map. Well, then that's the end of it. If it doesn't have a persistent map, the discussion's over. If it's not a persistent map, okay, if it's not a persistent map that had a birth and is still running from that birth, then it's not a persistent map. It may be a continuously appearing map. They are instances that last 10 to 45 minutes depending on the game. Well, then that's not an MMO. It has to be a persistent map. I'm using the technical use of the word persistent here because we are butchering language by calling... No, we're not butchering language by calling Where Winds Meet an MMO. You literally said, because this is a persistent map, and that's not the technical use of the word persistent. And I'm going to tell you, a persistent map is one that is born and continues to exist, not one that is born and 45 minutes later dies, and then a new duplicate copy of that is born at minute 46 and lasts till minute 90, and then it wipes in another one. That's not a persistent map. That is a reoccurring map, which fits then into the definition of lobby shooter. Your character exists in the lobby. Dust 2 is a persistent map. It has existed and continues to exist over multiple games. That's not a persistent map in game terms. So you're saying, I'm using the technical use of the word, but you're not using the technical use. Because that's not what persistent means in game development. A dungeon in an MMO isn't persistent. If it's instanced, when I leave that dungeon and I go back into it, it restarted. Like, my base here is persistent. As long as I continue to log in every 7 days, this base will always be here. Now, they could change the rules and give me 30 days grace, so this base would be here all the time. If you come to my server and you come to this world, you will encounter my base. That's what makes it persistent. I can't go into the Dust map that existed at 6 a.m. because it's not persistent. That game is over. Just because it's reoccurring doesn't mean it's persistent. It's a always on option, but that's not how persistent is applied in a technical sense. But when we make the argument like Where Winds Meet isn't an MMO, then we have to say why it's not an MMO. It's not good enough to say it's not an MMO. Here's an example of another game. Like by what criteria does Where Winds Meet not make the cut? And it absolutely does. It's not, and again, it's not an MMO that everybody's going to enjoy, but enjoyment isn't a prerequisite for existence. It exists. Now, I personally would say, and you might not agree with me, I think the Where Winds Meet idea is the best idea, the best innovation I have seen in gaming in years. I think that's the direction we need to go with gaming, because it basically encapsulates the direction we need to go. Everybody wants meaningful content, okay? But everybody also wants the ability to log into a game sometimes and get their own shit done without being bothered. I think the Where Winds Meet model does that perfectly. I'm going to focus on the single player experience, but that single player experience is going to be contained to that single player's world. But then I'm going to talk about the world experience, and that can only progress on the shared world. Well, what if that single player needs help? Well, if that single player needs help, what we're going to do is we're going to allow them to turn their solo player world into a co-op world. But the moment they do that, if they've been an asshole on the online world, the moment they need help and they turn their world into a co-op world, I can infiltrate their world and execute the bounty on them. I think Where Winds Meet's model is the future of gaming, honest to God, that we need. I think it is literally the future of gaming without a doubt that's needed. The change that's needed. It's the prince that was promised. A lot of games, a lot of MMOs have the Disneyland problem where the map feels artificial and you can tell it's a thin facade to hold content. More MMOs should design their maps like single-player RPGs do. Yes. I think 100%. Like, if you go to this map has Chef Wong, Roberto, Vivian, Mark, Jeremiah, and Patricia, Emma, and Nisa, and Severin. That's it. This whole encampment. I just don't have any interest in arguing with people stand slop like Where Winds Meet. Hold on. I'm going to stop you for a second. Number one, who's defending Where Winds Meet, the game? What's happening is you said it's not an MMO, but you can't put any objective, arguable criteria into it. And then the first thing you did to try to attack it is a very, honestly, dumbass argument that, well, then this map and a shooter that only exists for 45 minutes is persistent, and I'm using the technical term. Well, I'll walk my ass across the fucking room and I'll get the technical book out to see if that's how they define persistent, which it won't be. Now, if you think I'm defending Where Winds Meet as a game overall, I'm not. But I think their solo mode, co-op mode, and online mode is the direction that MMOs need to go, because it solves a ton of problems. What's people's problems with MMOs? The population gets fragmented and put all over the place. Well, if you only have a single online world, I twisted language deliberately to elicit a point about you doing the same by calling Where Winds Meet an MMO. Except you're a fucking dumbass. Because Where Winds Meet is an MMO because I gave you my criteria and you then deliberately twisted words to use words in the wrong way, which then that makes your argument wrong. I said it's massive. Millions of people play it, correct? Yes. And they all are on one shared online world, yes? No, I'm not emotional. I get pissed off when people are dumb on purpose. I hate a society that breeds dumbasses who argue from a dumbass perspective on purpose. No, you're not getting to me. That's what's even worse. You think you're getting to me. The failure of your parents and your schooling is what gets to me, not you. I don't blame a dog that bites me, and I don't blame a dumbass for being a dumbass. I blame the people who raised you, your school, your community, your parents. You don't even know how to conduct yourself in a way when somebody puts forth criteria, then you turn around and you say, well, I'm not going to argue with you. So the only thing you know how to do is throw bullshit up, but you're not interested in having a discussion. I said it's massive, millions of people play, and you can only play on one online world in your region. So everybody shares one online world. It's multiplayer in two forms and fashion. Solo mode when you open it to co-op, and the online world. So it has met the massive, the multiplayer, and it's an online game you cannot play on your PC. Oh, so what you said was, what you did is you pulled the little bitch move. So I'll call you out for being a little bitch. You started a point, you knew you were losing, you went silent. No, you ran away. You started an argument, got presented with facts, you didn't respond to them, threw out bullshit, talked out your ass, have admitted you talked out your ass, and then you went silent. Do the world a favor in the future then. Just stay silent. If you're not going to contribute meaningfully, stay silent. And then the world would be a better place. Because they're saying, whatever reason you don't like Where Winds Meet has nothing to do with the fact it's not an MMO. You just don't like the game. Remind me, did Where Winds Meet market itself as an MMO? Good question. Where Winds Meet is an epic wuxia open-world action-adventure RPG set in ancient China at the 10th century. Let's go a little bit further down the box. Open world, free-to-play, multiplayer. When did they not? When did they not market themselves as an MMO? They literally marketed themselves as an open world multiplayer game. Also, by the way, out of 55,000 reviews, it's mostly positive. In English reviews, 55,000 reviews, very positive. Recent reviews, 10,000, very positive. That's fine. I know it's easier to find tags. They identified it. That's why the first cut, I only put what they said. They called it an open world action adventure. Open world, free to play, multiplayer, action RPG. If the players have identified it as multiplayer, because the only thing they didn't identify it up here as is multiplayer. But they do that, assuming you have an IQ above 7, where it says open world adventure. What open world games aren't multiplayer? I don't have to look for MMO. Open world. What the fuck is wrong with your brain? It's an open world action adventure RPG. Where the fuck aren't you getting the idea that a massive amount of people play it? Like, literally. I'm like 2 seconds from just banning your dumbass. Yeah. Official account Where Winds Meet, Wuxia Martial Arts Open World Action Adventure RPG. Like, I literally can't with some people. I like, what? They do market it as an MMO. It's an open world game. The online world in each region, there is one of. Every player in a region goes to the same open world. Now, it's a sharded open world. Not a big fan of that. I think sharding your open world is the same as having multiple open worlds. But since it's seamless, you never even, like, you occasionally get told this shard is full. Dumbass. Holy fuck. Are you dumb? Solo. One world. You plus 4. Everyone else. They have a huge open world that you go to with thousands of people, millions of people on shards. Your whole region has one open world. This is your solo story. This is all of the shared player content. So, yes, a massive amount of people play the game at the same time, in the same world. So what aren't you getting about that? What don't you understand about the shared world? It's literally like you're ignorant on purpose. You're arguing a point about a game you do not understand. You're under the assumption that everybody else was when I was first covering the game, and I knew what I was talking about, and then people challenged me, and I let doubt. People think this is the entirety of the game, where this co-op mode is the only multiplayer mode. There's the entire share fucking world. Do you not know that? Do you not understand that? Is that what the problem is? You're talking shit about something that you don't know? Because literally, I can't handle dumb fuck people that talk from a position of ignorance. If you didn't know that, just be like, shit dog, my bad. I didn't know that they had a single world, like an MMO, like a Final Fantasy or a WoW. I didn't know they had that. Just be like, shit, I didn't know. And I'll be like, cool, you didn't know, you talk like a dumbass and we can move on. But you literally have dug your heels in and you're trying to defend your own stupidity. And that's what I don't tolerate. You can't say, oh, it's only 5-person co-op, because it's not. There's a whole section of the game. How can you have 5-person co-ops with 10-person raids? How does that work in your brain? They have 10-person raids. No, you can't, because you literally said, pretty sure I just did. Well, okay, watch this. I'm pretty sure that it's the last fucking thing you'll ever say on my show. Goodbye. Ladies and gentlemen, the nice part about being a streamer that doesn't need the money. Yeah. Hey, bud, how's it going? Where Winds Meet isn't for me, but it looks great. There you go. Guy on YouTube, completely able to act like an adult human being. Hey, the game's not for me. Some people I know don't like action combat. Some people I know don't like Wuxia because they don't know it. I will say this, when I was playing Where Winds Meet, the trivia game in Where Winds Meet was great for me. Not really, but I had fun playing the trivia game. When I had nothing else going on, I was sitting there and playing the trivia game. Like, I didn't know that kites were originally designed for military communication. I didn't know that. I knew that they were there for communication. When they started, they'd ask questions like, who wrote The Art of War? And I was like, Sun Tzu. And then I look at the 4 choices, and then I remember, oh yeah, that his name's not Sun Tzu. It's Sun Wu. It was a great thing. I don't know the Wuxia lore. It's not my jam. But I had fun with the game. But the reason why we are never going to get good games is because of dumbasses like that guy. Because we literally have a game that has given players, you know, that thing where you're going to get everything you want, but you're not going to want everything you get? I see it described as a hybrid MMO. Hybrid MMO would be fine, because then, well, what do you mean by hybrid MMO? And then a discussion can take place. I never knew that either. You always see Benjamin Franklin flying a kite with a key on it. Yes, there you go. I'm an American. I thought kites had to do with weather. I thought that's what the purpose of kites were. I literally thought, after reading Benjamin Franklin, that they were there for, you hang one, and then if the kite's over, it's like, anybody ever when you were kids, if you're Generation X growing up, you saw the Weather Rock. You literally have the Weather Walk idea, and it is if you can see this, if you can see the rock, the day is clear. If the rock is wet, it's raining. If the rock is white, it's snowing. If you can't see the rock, it's foggy. If the rock is missing, it's a tornado. It was this funny fucking thing. It was like popular for 10 seconds, but you literally, and that's, you know, how we were. That's what I thought kites were for. I thought the towns had kites in the air so they could gauge wind. You went from arguing to it's an MMO saying hybrid MMO is acceptable, which is not an MMO by definition. A hybrid MMO is absolutely an MMO by definition because you don't then know what the definition of the word hybrid is. Hybrid is an MMO and something else merged together. It still remains an MMO. It remains an MMO at its core. A liger is not a lion or a tiger. You're correct, but its origins are both of a lion and a tiger. But you missed the point. I didn't argue from it's an MMO to saying hybrid MMO is acceptable. What I said was hybrid MMO is acceptable because it leads to a conversation. That's the piece. No, I'm not talking about both sides of my mouth. What I said was hybrid MMO is acceptable because it leads to a conversation that the ass clown that I banned didn't want to have. And that is, if it's not an MMO, then what is it? And by what criteria does it miss being an MMO? If you say it's a hybrid MMO, if TWO says he sees it described as a hybrid MMO, then I can then say, well, what do you mean by that? And guess what? Which MMOs have solo modes? They don't. Which is why I said Where Winds Meet's idea is the future of MMOs, because it allows players that want to do their solo stuff on their own to do it. It also solves the problem of Final Fantasy XIV and that everybody's the warrior of light, so nobody's the warrior of light. In the future, for old men like you who can't cut it anymore. Hey, you know what? The funny part is, you're pathetic and you're about to get banned on a second platform. Goodbye. That's how pissed off I made that person. They went to another platform I'm on. And I still shut them down. See, the problem with dumb fucks is that dumb fucks just don't get it. They're gonna run into the wall headlong. I bet you they'll go over to my YouTube next and find me. I'll ban them there too. And then what I'll do is if they come back a third time, then I'll just file it. Yeah, they went to Kick. They already went to Kick. See, unfortunately, Twitch's terms don't allow me to show consolidated chat. They were already on Kick, and I already banned them there. They'll go to YouTube next, I'll ban them there, and then I'll report all 3 of their accounts after the show for targeted harassment. And I'll show each of the 3 platforms. And then they'll just get banned, their accounts will get banned on the platform. I don't give a fuck about taking away the voice from dumb fuck people. Like, look, you don't like Where Winds Meet. A viewer on my YouTube channel, Kegstand, said, it's not for me. It looks good, it's not for me. Great. There's a lot of games that look good that aren't for you. We should celebrate games that are getting developed. Oh, that wasn't you? Okay, cool. Guess what? I'll ban you here too. I don't want to deal with you. So 2 people on Kick decided to get stupid. Guys, the nice part about not needing to make content creator money is I'll ban everybody. I don't give a shit. I like people that like to have conversation. If the person just said, I don't consider it an MMO because of these criteria, we could have moved on from there. But the person wanted to say, I don't think it's an MMO, and wanted to make up some new shit. About some map. Let's see. Vampire Bloodlines Rising is an open world adventure for PC for up to 4 players. See, if you say it's a co-op and you only have 4 players, then I would agree with you. Co-op is not an MMO. Co-op is absolutely not an MMO. Because there might be millions of people playing the game, but they can't play together. If you can't play together, that's not an MMO. Yes, there are a massive amount of people playing it, but not in one consolidated world. See, the problem here is don't start shit and then be like, well, I didn't want to have the conversation. No, you didn't want to lose. Your ego is trying to protect your id right now. Yeah, they'll probably go over. You know what? At the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter. Because stupid people are always going to be stupid, and then they just get banned. Plus, that particular username lets you know that they're a child anyway. It is what it is, man. We can't fix stupid. We can't fix it. Oh, you posted in the politics channel? Don't tell me that you posted shit on a politics channel on my day off. But no, see, the problem is we're never going to be able to get better games as long as we have to spend all of our time educating people. Like, is Fortnite an MMO? No. Neither mode of Fortnite is an MMO. A massive amount of people play it, but that doesn't make it an MMO. As much as I want it to be an MMO, it's not an MMO. In fact, I don't want it to be an MMO. Now, do I think that Epic Games made a big mistake when they abandoned the Save the World campaign in Fortnite and switched it all to the Battle Royale? At the time, I thought they were making a big mistake. I could have never fathomed the guess of an idea, of an inkling of the idea about how much money they were about to make. And if we're being completely honest, did Epic Games not make a metric ass load of bank on the Battle Royale? I mean, somebody tried to explain it to me once, and I don't 100% get everything involved with their Save the World campaign. But somebody said something along the lines of, once you buy one battle pass, as long as you do something right, and forgive me, I'm not a Fortnite player, but as soon as you buy one battle pass, as long as you do something specific, you always have enough V-Bucks to buy the next battle pass until you find some battle pass that has the cosmetics you want. Yeah, I played Fortnite when it was the Save the World originally. I liked it better back then. I also don't like the fact that in Fortnite, you can't wipe your character to start over. So if you ever make wrong, bad, poor decisions, you're kind of screwed. You can't, like, look, I just want to start over. Now you have to buy a new account. I've unfortunately upgraded my blueprints to require things that aren't in the zone I'm in. I also haven't played the Save the World campaign in probably 5 years. But no, man, I cannot handle people that don't know how to articulate themselves and who just want to run around stirring up shit. It's like you're just fucking putting noise into the ether for no valuable reason. Like, if you don't like a particular game, say you don't like the particular game, say why you don't like it. Make everybody, like, not everyone's going to agree with your opinion, but when you're not willing to put your opinion out there, like, why isn't Where Winds Meet an MMO? I just don't think it is. I don't like it. Or this other bullshit, this other game that has nothing to do with it, I'm going to talk about. Well, then fine, great. Go the fuck away. Go bother somebody else. Right? I feel like George Carlin in Dogma. Playtime with the Cardinal is over, kiddies. Yeah, since its launch, Fortnite has generated $23 billion in revenue across all platforms. That's why, at the time, I thought they were making a mistake, and turns out they weren't making a mistake at all. They made the right call. Tim Sweeney made the right call and where to pivot his studio, abandoning his MOBA so that they could put their time and focus on both the engine and this new development, this new Battle Royale. And it paid dividends. And not only did it pay dividends, it paid dividends for game developers. Because what it then means is game developers got an engine out of it. The Ashes conversation was much better. You should let it go. The guy was polite and tried not to argue. No, the guy wasn't polite and the guy didn't try to argue. The guy absolutely tried to argue. The problem is when you say something and then I don't like lukewarm people. That's why I said, if you're not going to contribute, don't start a conversation. Don't throw points of order into the conversation and then run away like a scalded dog and be quiet. I don't tolerate that. I don't want to breed that type of community where people think stupidity is allowed here. There are a lot of other streamers that are desperate for viewers, tips, bits, subs, revenue, ad dollars. I'm not. You don't see a sub bar. You don't see a sub goal. Yes, we take subs. Yes, it all goes into PGN music. I want good conversation. But when people want to just put shit in their ears and say, I think most people would argue Where Winds Meet is not a traditional MMO. It was Weird Tantrum to begin with. Well, it wasn't a tantrum. As you heard me say, I don't mind stupid people. I don't blame stupid people for being stupid as long as they're quiet and they sit down and they don't speak. I don't blame them for being stupid. I blame their parents and I blame the school system that failed them completely. How would you argue Where Winds Meet is not a traditional MMO? But it's funny because you put the word traditional. I'm glad you don't mind yourself. Hey, watch this. Ready? You know what's really funny? Don't need you either. See, the nice part about being in a spot like where I don't have to deal with dumb fuck people is I never have to deal with them again. That particular one. Now I'm sure, get rid of people. They're fine. It's cool. I don't give a shit. I want good conversation with people. I don't even need to have good conversation with like-minded people. Yeah, traditional RPG is turn-based. So if somebody's going to say it's not a traditional MMO, well, then where are we putting the word traditional? Are we putting it traditional MMORPG? And then that justifies why so many people were mad about Baldur's Gate. When Baldur's Gate came out, people were mad that it was turn-based. There were people, I agree, it's not a traditional MMO. Right. It's not a traditional MMO. But if it's not a traditional MMO, what makes it not an MMO? It's not traditional. You're right. In my opinion, it's the future trend of how games should develop. My solo mode is my solo mode. The world mode is the world mode. I control my solo mode, but everybody controls the world. That is the answer that solves so many problems for so many games. Final Fantasy XIV, everybody's the hero of light. Everybody is the warrior of light. So much so that Yoshi P recognized the absurdity of that idea that 2 expansion packs ago, he literally had Alphino look at you and say, we're gonna need 8 heroes, but I'm sure a hero like you has people that you can call. They literally mocked their own game development. You're the warrior of light, and you've got the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who are all badass NPCs, but you're gonna call 7 more warriors of light? What? What? Yeah, as you play Final Fantasy with NPCs. If the argument is that Where Winds Meet isn't an MMO, then I need to know the criteria by which it's not, because that criteria could be applied to Final Fantasy, because you now never need to party with other people in Final Fantasy. So what makes Final Fantasy an MMO now, but Where Winds Meet isn't? I don't think Where Winds Meet is an MMO. You're entitled to your opinion. Why don't you think it's an MMO? What are the criteria that Where Winds Meet misses, that WoW hits, that Final Fantasy hits, that Guild Wars hits, that ArcAge hit, that EVE Online hits? For me, it's the solo mode that is effectively an offline mode. Right. But you can't do all of the content in the solo mode. You do your story in the solo mode. If that's what you want to do, Great. But you can't do 100% of the content there. You do the story there. Because then you're the hero of your story. But when you want to engage in the world, you have to go to the world. Being able to interact with any part of the game like that, to me, is not an MMO. So then Final Fantasy XIV isn't an MMO. As long as that criteria then gets applied to Final Fantasy XIV, because then I think we're going to run into a difficult argument saying Final Fantasy XIV is not an MMO. I don't know enough about WoW and the ability to clear dungeons with NPCs. I don't know enough about WoW's method to be able to argue that. If that's true, it is. Won't Where Winds Meet have raids and dungeons? Where Winds Meet does have raids. They just don't have dungeons where you run through and kill a bunch of trash to kill a boss, to kill more trash, to kill a boss. You go in and you do 3 boss fights right in a row. And then you never see those people again. Much like when you run dungeons in WoW or Final Fantasy, or when you run fractals in Guild Wars 2. See, the problem is everybody wants to say, I don't think it's this, but nobody wants to give me the criteria other than John himself. But then the next question asked as the follow-up, I still don't have an answer to. Well, then how is Final Fantasy an MMO? Final Fantasy, you cannot do raids with NPC yet, but you can clear the 4-man dungeons. You can't do the 8 persons or the 24s, which then I would say becomes a direct correlation to Where Winds Meet. I would even argue that modern WoW is not an MMO, it's a lobby simulator with a persistent world. Okay, then let me ask you, since you seem to be genuine enough to give an opinion, and I like opinions, because the only way game developers know what we want is when we can articulate it. For you, what does a game need to have for it to be an MMO? No, trust, no NPCs helping you run the dungeons? Like, if it's 4-person content, you always have to do it with 3 other players? If it's 20-person content, you have to do it with 19 other players? I just need to know what's the checklist? When a developer says I'm making an MMO, what do they have to hit? Because I wouldn't disagree with you if we want to build MMOs and turn them into something else, which I think is what Where Winds Meet has done. It almost like waiting in a deathmatch lobby between rounds in a shooter. If the only content you're trying to do is very specific content, yes. But if you don't like rotating your dailies, then I would agree with you. And in that case, then that would be why the persistent world of Vanilla WoW, you had to walk to dungeons and fly across the world, made it feel like a living world. Okay, so my question, and I love that answer, because I come from Final Fantasy XI, where the only thing we could really port to was the middle of zones, and the walk to Sky from Juno was 45 minutes. But does that have to do with it being an MMO versus not being an MMO? Or does that have to do with the level of immersion in the world? Because I think modern WoW is an MMO, but I think it's a less immersive world because they've swapped immersion for convenience, which then I think becomes the problem. Like, I'll agree with you. In this game, in Once Human, when this game first came out, we had teleport towers, but they were on a 10-minute cooldown, and we had half as many. And now, we can damn well teleport everywhere. Yeah, Final Fantasy XI was open world, boat rides, airships. So, I do think technically you are correct. I just don't think it's useful. See, You are changing the language when you do that. I can agree with your point that you don't think it's useful to call Where Winds Meet an MMO. I can agree with that. And I do agree it's changing the language, absolutely. But the problem is it's changing the language in the direction that we're inevitably going to go anyway. Chrono Odyssey changed their development method to focus more on the single player experience. Jake Song did a wonderful interview in a Korean, I believe a Korean magazine, it might have been a Korean website, where he said the changes that XL Games and MMO makers need to make. I agree with you. I miss the old days. I miss the old days of having your, as Orson Scott Card says, having your Geesh, having your private group of people that you run all your content with. I miss the old days of Thursday was raid day. I miss that. I just don't think that would work today. I don't think we can have the games of yesteryear. EverQuest was the epitome of an MMO. At launch, it didn't even have instancing. Everyone interacted with the same content. Yes, I agree with you. Here's the problem. I can agree with you and know we're both wrong. Here's the big problem. Back when EverQuest came out, there was, what, 7 online games? Maybe. There might have been 5. You either played EverQuest or you played Anarchy Online or you played... Shit, what was the predecessor to Perfect World? And I don't even think there was anything else available at the time. I think those were our options. The things that worked in the EverQuest era wouldn't work today. For example, I think a lot of today's modern audience does not schedule a video game into their schedule. I think players now hop on and off whenever they want. Yes. Look at one of the major pieces of feedback about Ashes of Creation on their Reddit. One of the biggest complaints people have. It takes too long to get anywhere to do anything. Back in the day, I can use Final Fantasy XIV as an example. From Juno, you caught a teleport to a crag, and you had a 45-minute walk to Sky. And when you got to Sky, you were going to be there for 3 to 4 hours grinding. When Treasures of Aht Urhgan came out, people then started to do that content. And you would just stand there forever and grind. Because the content beyond that, it was, what content are we doing? We're grinding. Why are we grinding? We're grinding formats for Saturday's C content. Okay. We're grinding for Dynamis. Dynamis is Tuesdays and Thursdays. Okay. You're right. Modern gamers don't want to schedule that. And because modern gamers don't want to schedule that, we need to recognize that we either need to let the MMORPG genre die and transition to MMOPWs, massive multiplayer, online, persistent worlds, and then we have to accept that those are going to come in many forms and fashion, right? Or we need to stop having 900 definitions of what an MMO is and having a bunch of chicken shit people that won't speak up and say, for an MMO, for me to play an MMO, it has to have these things. Because look at poor Ashes of Creation. They were given a lot of feedback by a lot of people. Where the fuck are all those people testing the game now? Steven listened to you, fuckheads. And now you don't even have the decency to test the fucking game that he built according to your specifications. My specifications didn't make the cut. That's why I'm not testing it. Lots of MMOs these days are trying to capture the magic of earlier MMOs. Where Winds Meet is doing something unique. I think Where Winds Meet is doing something unique, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to be that evolution of the MMORPG genre. They're trying to be that hybrid, because you want people, like, do you really want people interdependent on each other? Is that, like, John over on YouTube, his statement was, leaning towards, if he was still here, he had to step away for a phone call. His statement was the interdependency of people. Shit, man, how many times do you run content with your guild anymore? You're in a game with a guild and you still end up pugging stuff. If you're in a guild, why would you ever need to pug anything? And there's nothing wrong with pugs, by the way. Nothing wrong with them. But if you're in a guild, you should absolutely not need to pug a damn thing. Your guild should get the content done. If you remember Arcage, a Dream Ring wasn't a good thing for a healer. I ran Serpentis as many times a day as I could with my guild before they put the lockout tickets in, which was another thing I thought. Locking out dungeons is dumb. If you want to lock out progression, lock out the progression, but don't lock out the ability to do the dungeon and help other people. Like, I used to burn 5 of those tickets a day in Arcage to help my guild because I was a healer. So I think I ran Serpentis 7 times a day, every day. And the guild leader would throw me whatever it was, the 100 gold or whatever. He would throw me that because he was keeping track of people's Dream Ring progress. But then we would be missing a couple of people and we would pug in people. But then we would have people in the guild online who we knew needed their Dream Ring, and we would be like, hey man, if you need your Dream Ring, get over here. And they'd be like, no, I don't feel like doing it right now. But then 2 weeks later, right? No shit, 2 weeks later, the next group of people has transitioned on to the next stage of their Dream Ring. And then the first group of people that didn't want to go with are mad. Like, look, man, it takes 7 minutes to do a run. We're going to be here for less than an hour. I remember Drax was the leader of Slayers, and he knew that I had a family. He was a good guild leader. He surrounded himself with a lot of bad officers, but he was a good guild leader. One Saturday morning, I logged into Arcage, and he's like, where are you and your wife? And I'm like, we're about to go to the grocery store. He said, the fuck you are, get in game. I said, okay. I said to my wife, I said, hey, get the fucking game. She's like, why? I said, I don't know, but the guild leader just told us to get the fucking game. We got in the game, and there was a boat at the port. We ported to the Pirate Island house. We ported in, not to the island, but to the island below it that had housing. We jumped on it, and literally, I heard him on TeamSpeak. He's like, slow damage, slow damage, slow damage, slow damage, slow damage. And he's like, the 5 of you that are late, hit the boss. Hit Morpheus. He's like, I want to hear 5 hits. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Okay, kill him. The guild leader told the guild to slow damage because he saw people popping on that needed the Morpheus kill. He didn't want to have to do that shit again if he had the opportunity. So he literally left, went down. He had the fastest boat to the port house. That's a good guild leader. That's interdependence on people. That's what we need more of, as an old dog opinion. The young pups don't want that, and there's nothing wrong with that. They got introduced to CSGO or Call of Duty. They got introduced to lobby looter shooters. They got introduced to Arc Raiders, extraction games. Really takes a lot of the social aspect of the game. The socialization is also in part of the intended content. Right. I was just talking about old dogs with MMOs need to recognize without innovation, we might not have MMOs in the future because the target audience has changed. My favorite thing was trying to min-max our Nightfall runs in Destiny 2 in order to complete runs as quickly as possible in order to get the right perks for our weapons for the week. Right. The problem now is there is so much entertainment to be had. People, it's not an insult to the new gamers, but the new gamers aren't loyal to a game. Look at the difference between 2025, 2023. When did Asmongold go to Final Fantasy? 2023, I think, maybe. You used to be a MMO player. That's the game you played. About what, 8 years ago now? Yoshi P did a great talk with the Final Fantasy community. He outright said, we are never going to be able to develop content faster than you consume it. When you reach the end of the adventure, please feel free to go play something else. Just don't forget to come back. And that was such an amazing fucking statement from a creative director. Vanilla WoW is still the best MMO we have in 2026. It released in 2004. Vanilla WoW is still the best old school MMO we have in 2026. But I don't think it carries the numbers to really win best MMO. If Vanilla WoW was the best MMO in 2026, it would have millions of players playing on Classic. I don't think Vanilla WoW, when you compare it to EverQuest, Final Fantasy XI, EVE Online, I don't think Retail WoW is much more popular for sure. You're right. And so we run into a problem. When we say something is best, but it's not the most popular, then by what metric are we saying it's the best? I would make the argument that the best MMO of all time is Wrath of the Lich King. The WoW that went up to Wrath of the Lich King, because it had the highest concurrent paying subscriber population. But I would say that RuneScape is the most popular MMO of all time because they've had well over 100 million accounts created for RuneScape. We run into the problem of new gamers want instant dopamine that they can pick up and put down and come back to in 3 weeks. Old gamers want to invest in completing BHAGs in a closed group. Yeah, right. Retail WoW is more players, but it's also a hamster wheel, its own player base every 3 months. I agree with you. 100%. I won't lie, I find most MMOs very boring, the leveling in particular. Leveling feels like a giant filler content, which is most of the game. Yes, Crab, I 100% agree with that, which is why I have personally said, if I were to have the money to put together a team to build an MMO, I would take all of the lesson learning points from all of the MMOs in the last 30 years. And the first thing I would do is I would make it literally impossible to reach max level for at least 2 years. I would have 2 years. I would not launch a game that doesn't have 2 years of quarterly content that introduces content that allows you to even level up. We're talking, I'm not going to put artificial throttle gates. I'm going to tie XP to world development, like the node system. I thought Steven Sharif had a really good idea in the way he was going to tie content unlocking to the node system. I thought that was a really clever, slick, well thought out idea. Then they abandoned it because they couldn't make it work. Does a game like Kingdom Come Deliverance float my boat? Don't hate me because I have a beautiful fucking lion mane, but I can't really say if a game like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 would float my boat, because I don't think Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is executed very well. Don't hate me. I think the game has great bones and fair skin, but I think it's missing the muscles that tie it all together. So I don't want to judge it too harshly, but I think it's the start of something great, but it needs a lot of tender loving care, spit and polish. Yeah, you're right. Dynamic nodes was a great idea. Too bad it was all bullshit. Like, in tabletop, how many people have really played tabletop? And then how many people have played tabletop with the same characters, the same storyteller, the same campaign for years? And you will notice, I was a LARP storyteller for both an independent LARP and the Camarilla. When you have a player who's been playing just a lot of D&D, but always a new class, right? I played the same She in Changeling LARPs all around Chicago, and most of the storytellers knew because I wasn't a power gamer. They didn't give a shit about how much power I had on my character sheet, because I never used it offensively. I knew I could kill most people in the game in LARP, so I didn't walk up to them and pick fights. I had no reason to. Several of the storytellers didn't merge their games, but they allowed this character to basically walk through dimensional doorways. I was basically the Deadpool of the multiverse. So I had one character sheet, and as I walked through, there were some games I went to where I had several hundred XP more than other players. In a LARP, several hundred XP makes a difference. But the good part is that is the legendary character that you meet that you're not supposed to fuck with. You always play knowledge-based characters like rangers and stuff. Yeah, in tabletop, I like to play doctors. In Rifts, I like to play a cyberdoc or an MD or a rogue scientist. I like role-playing. I don't like role-playing. I don't want to solve everything with dice rolls. I want to solve a lot of things with the noodle. But I don't begrudge people who want to throw dice. I just don't game with them. I think the big thing is everybody wants a good game. But nobody, I respect John over on YouTube a hell of a lot more than I respect other people, because John disagrees with me, but then John put a talking point out there. And at the end of the conversation, we both want the same thing, and we both kind of want to get there the same way. I want to go back 20 years and play good games 20 years ago. I want to have good games in 2026. I have no earthly idea how to convince the 5-second attention span TikTok instant dopamine generation how damn fun our old school games were. That's the disconnect. What the fuck are you, shopping carts? What the fuck? We had to like the games we had We had no choice but to like the games we had because we had no choice. Those were the games we had. We didn't have other alternatives. Now, are there some things that I think are great additions to games? Yeah. Final Fantasy XIV, Fates, Once Human, Public Crisis events. These are all great. These are all great ways to create little itty bitty bits of bytes of content. But would I say that Once Human ranks in my top 5 RPGs? No. If I could get other games back, I would rather play those games. Final Fantasy XI was fucking amazing. But the problem is you got to level 75, you got your subclass to level 37, you got your Dynamis armor, you were working on your Dynamis weapon, and because you had a mandatory 48 hour or 72 hours cooldown before you could enter Dynamis again, what you literally ended up with was, have I done enough content this week? Have I earned enough money to pay for all my consumables for my next Dynamis? Yes. Okay. Then I don't need to play this game right now. But then I'm gonna do what with my time? Because there's not an there's no other options. I don't have other option. Arc Lord was a nice game. You know, I've looked at the game a couple of times because you've mentioned it. I have nothing good to say about it. I have nothing bad to say about it. I think it is what it is. But the reason I left Final Fantasy XI was because EVE Online came out. That's the only reason. I was a rabid Final Fantasy XI player. If I was home and my girlfriend was at work, I was in Final Fantasy XI. Yeah, because John, I love disagreement, but what I don't love is disagreement where people are just acting stupid. We have enough stupid people talking in the MMORPG space. Like, I know what you want now. And you and I don't disagree. But I don't know how the old guard. Yeah, but the person wasn't. That's not my first interaction with that person. An unfortunate side effect is you think it's my first interaction with that person, and it's not. Well, then why did you act like such a clown in one channel? If you're the same guy, then you've proven that you have the ability to articulate, but you acted like a clown on my Twitch. Which is more the shame to shame on you, because you're the type of person we need going, and I mean this isn't bullshit. Ask my Twitch chat. Oh, you can't. I don't blow smoke up people's ass. You're the guy we need going channel to channel to channel to channel to channel. I just didn't want to argue the point, my guy. No, what you wanted to do is you wanted to be a seagull. You wanted to swoop in, make a lot of noise, shit on something, and then fly away. I asked you pointed questions because that's the only way we can make positive change. How the hell can a guy who has the ear of several development companies know what to advocate for if you say, I don't consider this an MMO, and I ask you why, and you say, I'm not going to answer that? Because what if the next game comes out with a solo mode, a co-op mode, and an online world? By your definition, you won't play it. Right. And it doesn't matter if you make an offhand comment. If you make an offhand comment, it is still a comment. So when I went in a direction and you said, I don't consider it an MMO, I need, that's fine. You can say, I'm sorry, I just wasn't interested in that topic. I think that was fair. But the problem is, I need to know, when you say it's not an MMO, how in the hell then does the next developer know what to make? Because there's a lot of people running around and say, I don't like solo content. I don't like Arcade Chronicles. The problem with Arcade Chronicles is, if you follow the story of that game, about 2 years ago, Jake Song, when he was still in charge of XL Games, he turned around and he said, we're shifting the direction of the game and we're going to focus on the single player experience. And the Arcade Chronicles community went fucking nuts about it, because the Arcade Chronicles community doesn't believe in focusing on the single player community. But too many players want to focus on the single player development. So how do we create a game that's the best of both worlds? And we create a game that's the best of both worlds by saying, we're going to put the solo mode in a way that you can't be fucked with, and we're going to put the online mode in a way that in order to build the world, you have to engage with the online world. Would that work for all MMOs? No. Would it work for Ashes of Creation? No. Because Ashes of Creation, they said outright, we don't care about the single player experience. But why did do you know the story of New World? New World was fucking amazing in its first alpha. New World was one of the best open world, full loot drop, looter, fort builder games I'd ever seen. It was Valheim on crack. And then people said, well, what the game needs to be is it needs to be an MMORPG. The closest MMO I can think of you're describing is Defiant. It's shut down now. No, actually, Defiant is up and running. Who the hell bought Defiant? Fox Games acquired it in 2025. It relaunched on April 18th. But the problem is, it's on Fox Games. But it was shelved. What happened was, and I'm guilty of this as well, because oftentimes I say something in a slack casual way and I need to be more specific. Gamigo Games did not buy Tryon Worlds. Gamigo Games bought it did an acquisition of assets prior to bankruptcy of Tryon World's assets. And the assets they acquired were the games and glyph and the name. How the hell they acquired the name, I don't know. I thought you couldn't do that. Again, apparently in California, there's some law that allows you to do it that way. That being said, they bought Trove, the rights to distribute ArcAge, Defiance, Develian, Atlas Reactor. I think there's one more in there. Well, Gamigo subsequently shut down everything. Fox Games bought Defiance. Defiance is great, except the one problem is, it needs the TV show to go with it, because that's its thing. That's its problem. Nothing is going to make me as immersed into an environment as New World did. I could sit in that game and gather resources all day and listen to the ambience. Great talking point. I'm going to grab that one as soon as I'm back. So why did New World? Somebody has offered to buy New World from Amazon Game Studios for 25 million. Hopefully Amazon takes the 25 million, because if they're making things from a business standpoint decision, 25 million is better than 0 million. And it makes no sense to not take the money that they can for it, because they've already decided to shutter it. But before I talk what Sweeza said, was it the Rust guy? If you've ever played 7 Days to Die, then you know at some point in 7 Days to Die, you are inevitably going to have to start planting trees by your base. And the reason why, the reason why you're going to have to plant some trees by your base is because inevitably you have chopped down every tree near your base and you need lumber. And because 7 Days to Die is a survival game, you understand why you're constantly gathering resources. Even if you don't plan on expanding your base, you need more resources to do repairs after every 7th day. By the way, if you really want to play 7 Days to Die in an amazing form or fashion, what you should do is you should play that game and have the randomized blood moons on, because nothing says hello faster than getting a blood moon and then a blood moon right on its heels. But why does that impact New World? Well, in New World, it was supposed to be a guild-based fort builder game. It was supposed to be like Atlas. Well, of course, if I'm going to spend a lot of my player time gathering resources, then yes, absolutely, my gathering experience needs to be exquisite, because I'm certainly not going to play the game if my gathering experience isn't exquisite. I'm not going to sit there and keep banging on rocks if it's not an enjoyable experience. Well, unfortunately, Intrepid Studios looked at New World and they said, well, let's make every tree gatherable. Why? Well, because that's what the players seem to want. This is one of those situations where the players want it, but they don't know why they want it. Look at the economy in New World. Trees, the starter trees were worth absolutely nothing. Why? Because everybody gathered them because they were right there. The sound, you're right. I think the sound design in New World is second to none. It was immersive and not annoying. It allowed me to quote feel like I was in the world, and it didn't make me automatically switch to Spotify in my PGN playlist. If your music is worse than my music, in my opinion, of course, then I'm simply going to listen to my music. I don't want to listen to your crappy music. I'll listen to my music. I think a game has hit a wonderful spot when you don't have YouTube running, you don't have a movie running, you either can or can't be on TeamSpeak. That's questionable, because for some people immersion is talking to friends, and other people it's not, and that's a personal preference. But how immersive can a game be if you're watching TV, you're watching a movie, you're listening to YouTube? Then what is the game missing? What is the game missing for you to focus on just the game? And that's the question the developers should be asking. What do I need to do to own your time? What is it you need from me so that you'll put down everything else and you will focus on us and only us. What is it you need? What is it you need from us? And that's a really, really important question. I play 7 Days to Die a lot, and I've started with my friend playing by random stipulations, random blood moons, only use items you find. It's so much fun. Yeah. Absolutely. 7 Days to Die is amazing. It, is an amazing game. I wish that they could take it a step further and they would make it a much larger online world. I think it could be fun. I don't know if it would be successful, but I think it could be fun. But you would also then be introducing the asshole player idea. And the asshole player idea is some players' fun. They derive their enjoyment specifically by ruining the fun and enjoyment of others. Well, then we have a disconnect. Your fun has to stop at the edge of the other person's disappointment unless the other person entered that scenario consensually. And that is, I've spent 9 years debating with people about consensual PvP versus non-consensual PvP. And I've converted very few people to the idea that consensual PvP will always be better because then everybody benefits from it. Everybody gained. But if you have some people benefiting, and notice benefiting from it doesn't necessarily mean making positive progression. If you had a good time, you benefited from it. One of the big things, Seamus in Pandemic Legion in EVE Online, he always required us to put a GG or a GF in local chat after we wiped a group. It was a requirement. Like, he would say, if there were 50 people and he saw like 8 good fights, he'd be like, I better see a whole lot more good fights than that. And one day we were having a corp meeting, and what he said was, I'm kind of disappointed in you guys because you're not putting GG, GF into chat. And some people said, well, one person in particular said, well, I don't give a fuck about them. They're scrubs anyway. And he said, and that attitude is why we have to fly around for an hour to find a fight. Because we're not good sportsmen. He's like, I play this game to get into fights. I take small fleets out to get into fights. I want fights. If you're not going to put GG, GF, then don't come with me. I don't have any place for you. And after that, when he kind of threw the gauntlet down, people started, because yeah, you just lost a 200 million ISK ship. But it was a good game. It was a good fight. And you had fun. But if the other guys are constantly stomping the shit out of you, you're not going to keep showing up. Hey, Pandemic Legion's on the way. Okay, everybody dock up. Everybody dock up and log off. Why? Because we're just going to deny them the fight. We're not going to fight them right now. They get nothing from us. So we're going to deny them the fight. And then what happens? They fly through your constellation, they fly through your cluster, they go down the pipe, they go bother somebody else. You leave one scout on, as soon as they're gone, they're 5 jumps away, the scout says, yeah, they're gone. So everybody logs back in. You go the other direction. Then who's happy with that? Nobody's happy. But if you get into a fight and you think you have a chance to win, like Seamus, I learned a lot. I was young when I was in Pandemic Legion, because I was in Pandemic Legion almost right at the beginning. And the thing I learned from him is, we would be out in a fleet of 50, and we couldn't find anybody. So he would be like, what the fuck is, squad. I'm gonna take squads 1 and 2. Squads 1 and 2 drop in Essen local, I'll pick you up. I'm gonna go down this pipe, and he'd send another officer down another pipe with the other 30 guys. Break up your 50-person fleet into 130, 120 to go looking for fights. Give the other guy a chance. If the other guy doesn't think they have a chance, they're not going to fight you. The only time they're going to fight you is when they have no choice. Like Arcade. Can't get a fight in Arcade. The only time you fight somebody is when it's Castle Siege Day. But Castle Siege Day is, there's 4 of them every 3-week interval. There's 4 Castle Sieges. Not a good idea. You got to have little fights that have meaning, so that you get a taste for it. That's what this game is missing. That's what Once Human is missing. Absolutely missing across the board. The PvP is terrible. You know what just might fix this new calibration system? Just the multiple 17 mods can become shiny. They need a way to have multiples of the same calibration combined. That way, if you don't have to offer your firstborn for 50%, you could just combine like 530s. I'm going to go a step further than that. I think what they need to do is they need to revert this change. Let me come here. So let me show you. So 282, 264, right? 22.1% crit, 21.5% crit. There is no reason for me to keep this weapon. And this was the weapon that I've had for like 6 months. And then the new weapon comes out. Well, number one, it would be great if it would tell me on the weapon what the weapon damage I used to make this weapon was. That would be number one. But number two, every new player coming in should be able to click on this if they don't have my calibrations. Their damage on their weapon, look at the difference, 171. There is a time and a place to reward grinding. And the calibrations, in my opinion, were always a bad idea to begin with. But now they've literally made it where you have to get to level 40 and you have to have somebody willing to give you a good calibration. Or you're going to have to make an awful lot of weapons. Because remember, in the old days, for 500 source, we could change the calibration on the weapon. Now, they've gone in, they've made the mods easier, but the weapons themselves more difficult to acquire. The calibration system previously was fine. But as I said, you listen to a vocal minority. There were people that were complaining about the amount of resources they had to put into their weapons in order to calibrate them to plus 10. Are you kidding me? Are you for real right now? You have to calibrate a weapon one time to plus 10 in a season, and it takes maybe a day's work? Maybe. I mean, how many times was it the first day that we could get into Blackfell, and within 3 hours of getting into Blackfell, we had our weapons? Yeah, it's a 5-minute Blackfell run for the most part, other than the tungsten. Other than the tungsten itself, it was a 5-minute run. And the tungsten took a couple of minutes. It's not like the tungsten was an, oh my god, this is terrible experience. It was, you know, it was what it was. And people complained about it. Developers need to stop listening to every complaint. Yeah, you don't have to fight anything for ore. Unfortunately, we have a lot of games that are shifting their design benchmarks because of, sorry, I'm going to say it, but I'm going to say it how it is. We have a lot of companies changing design benchmarks because of whiny players. Yes, That you have to do what Yoshi P sometimes has to do with Final Fantasy 14. You sometimes have to do a creative director live letter where he talks and he explains. He's like, we understand that this might not be the most enjoyable, but the reasons we did it that way are. Da, 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 da. I think players are way more receptive to bad idea changes. Hi, guys. We're getting there. We're getting there. We need more of these wandering hordes that are actually a threat, but we're getting there. But we need developers to actually justify and defend the positions and why they do it. Like, I don't mind if you make a decision. It's your decision to make. It's your game. It's your IP. It's your company. Make the decisions. I'm just the consumer. But understand that my wallet is also my wallet. It's not your wallet. Your wallet isn't my wallet. Your company isn't my company, but I control where I spend my money. Tell me why you're making these decisions. Because then I can give you pointed feedback. Hey, we're making this decision to make it easier on the new player. You do realize that this isn't making it easier on the new player. Like, I'm going to tell you a great story about Steven Sharif, which is why I had so much hope for him. And then I don't... And sometimes you give a lot more leeway to somebody you have hope for than you normally would. Once upon a time in a land far away in the... Why are you popping out all the time? I don't want you. Once upon a time in a land far away, the year was 2018, and Steven Sharif was in a conversation with the content creators. There were about 5 of us, 33 of us, in a chat channel with him. And Steven was always really excited about his game. And Steven's like, I'm going to tell you guys about a system. And I'm not going to tell you the system because it was in a closed door meeting. But the thing that really impressed me about Steven early on was Steven's like, I'm going to tell you about this system. He talks for 5 minutes. And then as he gets near the end of his conversation, he's kind of like, you know what, guys? Ignore everything I just said. I want to go and talk to Jeff about something. I think just talking with you guys, because you're not at the studio, just explaining it to people outside the studio, I think I found some flaws in some things. And I was like, that's really awesome. That's why you have to talk to people outside of your echo chamber, because if it doesn't sound like a good idea, your echo chamber might all have the same idea. They might have the same belief systems. They might want the same things. So they're not... You need a person in the room that is the no man. You need the person in the room that's the yeah but guy. And for my commander, 2 of my commanders at base level, I was the yeah but guy. And the yeah but guy is allowed to publicly have 2 yeah buts. After the second yeah but, so that it doesn't look like insubordination, the commander looks at you and says, do you have more? And you say yes. Then let's take this conversation offline. Let's just go have this conversation not in front of everybody else. Because when you have a lieutenant saying yeah but to a colonel, it looks like insubordination. It's not, but it looks that way. I think that it would be a really good idea if we gave everybody, if we did PT at 9 o'clock in the morning on Fridays. Yeah, but sir, we have redeployer briefing at 7:30. We have flights that have to be refueled. 9 o'clock in the morning, like only 50% of the squadron is going to be able to be there because we're not the army. We're already in the middle of the workday. Oh yeah, because the colonel has this really great idea that people can't make squadron PT because they're trying to get their kids dropped off at the daycare. So let's just move it back a little bit. Yeah, but it doesn't work that way. And I'm sure he would know that. But would you all agree that people... Oh, hold on. I can no longer even agree with myself. I used to say I don't think people wake up in the morning and say I have really bad ideas. I think some people do. I'm not referring to John. John bounced around a couple of platforms and then had a different name and had a conversation with me. We got to the same goal. But I think some people just have really, really bad ideas. I think people troll on purpose. I don't understand trolling. I'm neurodivergent. I don't get it. I do not understand the concept. That's why my community will oftentimes ping me, or they'll outright say, you're being trolled. I'll be like, oh, I am? Okay, well, let's just move on then. I don't think most people wake up in the morning and want to be trolly little bitches. I think most people wake up in the morning and they have really good ideas in their own mind. I think the big problem is, I'm going to pick on PvPers for a second. In MMOs, especially this MMO, I think PvPers are so upset that there's not a good modern, obviously they can go play WoW. There's not a good modern MMO in development that is focusing on the needs of the PvPers. It just doesn't exist. But when you start to say to the PvPers, hey, we need to define some new realities about your expectations, they don't want to. They need to go watch the movie Excalibur, where it's like, he has given, now you must. Look, you want PvP. If you want the support of non-PvPers so that you get good quality PvP, then you have to become okay with not having non-consensual PvP. Because the moment you're not okay with not having non-consensual PvP, you immediately lose the support of everybody who doesn't want to be ganked. And I know it's a rough world. And I know this is one of the stomping points I'm known for. In a game like this game functions perfectly fine with no non-consensual PvP. It has scenarios that has PvP, but that's consensual because you consented to the PvP by virtue of making a character on that server. Nobody right now can come and kill me. I can stand here all day. I can do my little shuffle. Wait, I don't have the shuffle? I can stand here all day and a player can't come and hurt me. No player can attack me. Period. Dot. I am immune to all player versus player damage. That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. It's bad for the gankers. Now, if the PvPers in a game, in a community, are willing to say, do I consider vanilla WoW consensual or non-consensual? I heard it described as both because of server choice. Vanilla WoW is consensual because of server choice. The PvP on the server itself is non-consensual, but you consented because you were given an option. Do you want to play on a PvP server or a PvE server? If you make a character on a PvP server and then you die to another player, the only people that can really voice a complaint about it are the ones who in legitimacy can say, I did not know I made my character on a PvP server. I did not know that. Now, I know some people will often make the argument and they will say, well, how did you not know? I played Warborn Above Ashes. By the way, really great game if you like PvP. It's a brilliant game. It's not for me. I don't like a lot of the features of it. Do I think that is a satisfactory solution for modern players? No, I don't. And here's why. Because if I look at the numbers of WoW, I see two problems. Number one, the PvP servers are not equally represented in numbers as the PvE servers. Number two, because WoW is a faction-based system, not only do the WoW servers not get a healthy enough player base, but the servers end up being, this one is 92% Alliance, 8% Horde. This one is 87% Horde, 13% Alliance. It is modern people playing an old game. And can we all agree that forced faction warfare is one of the worst solutions to PvP? Faction warfare has its place, but it can't be the only defining factor. EVE Online has a bit of a solution. EVE Online's solution is you have nullsec, lowsec, alliance wars, player territory involved stuff. And then you had the faction warfare, which was good. They actually introduced forced server balance to solve that issue, the first positive change they've made. That's good. I think if you're going to have faction warfare, then you must properly balance the teams. Absolutely. So that's a good change. One of the problems I've encountered with a lot of PvPers is PvPers want non-consensual PvP, but then they want an incentive to do the PvP. And I have to stop them and I say, wait a minute, you're asking for an incentive to do the thing that you want. Like, for example, I think all games should have a flagging state where you flag up if you want PvP. And then the PvP fans will say, yeah, but I have to be given an advantage to go into PvP. Otherwise, it's more advantageous for me to not stay flagged while I'm grinding. So what is it you want? Did you want the PvP or did you want the advantage? Because you're asking for both. Well, I'm gonna progress slower if people can attack me. But you wanted to be attacked. And that's where their argument falls apart, because you can tell they're like, no, I don't really want to be attacked. What I want to be able to do is I want to be able to run around and gank people. Unfortunately, as much as I would love to say there's a place for gankers in the world, there's really not. There unfortunately really is not a way to integrate gankers into a healthy environment game. Now, if you want to say I want a completely unhealthy game, you can do that. You can, your goal can be to say, I don't care about that, and it's wild environment as far as I'm concerned. It's not going to have rails. Turtle WoW uses the system, but I hate it. It opens you to being attacked by unflagged players while they cannot be harmed until they touch you. Here's the problem. The flaw with that system is this. The only place you should be allowed to change your toggle flag is the towns. When I go out on today's adventure, I'm choosing to flag. That means if you went out today and you say, I want PvP, so I'm choosing to flag, you can do that. But what I can't do is discover you and kill you right then. I'd have to run my ass all the way back to town and then run all the way back. There's where the flaw is. You should never be able to change your toggle state except in town. Yeah, that would be much better. I loved in Terra how it was a spot outside each city where people gathered and PvP'd each other 24/7. It evolves into sweaty camping and banditry. Or huge Zerg formations. Right. Now here's the thing. You can have that all day long. I don't want any piece of that. I find that type of PvP completely meaningless and pointless. I find random, meaningless PvP to be unfun. If I want random PvP, I'll go to a battleground. I'll queue for arenas. But you notice what I haven't said is I want them to take it away from you. I don't want them to take it away from you. I find it meaningless. Why don't you like factions? I like that it preys on natural tribalism to quickly build rivalries. Because those rivalries are not meaningful. They're meaningless. Those rivalries exist simply because I wanted to play an undead, but I didn't have the ability to play an undead in the Alliance. I don't like factions because 9 times out of 10, my race choice specifically assigns me to a faction. If you have every race available to both factions, you can do that. Or you can, factions to me are a 2000s solution where we're in 2026, and I wish that we were making guild content, chosen social organizations like EVE Online more dominant rather than the default assignment I had at character creation. You also have the problem of, with factions, you don't have the ability, you are stuck dealing with people that you don't want to deal with because you don't have the authority to get them out of the faction. And so you end up dealing with a lot of non-desirables because they're shitheads. I understand that it has to be that way, and I do agree with you. Being assigned to a faction does prey on that state of nature, tribalism aspect. Absolutely. I just want there to be more player agency in the tribalism. I think you get a good blend. I think ArcAge blended very, very well the idea of player factions and starter factions. I think if you're a guild leader who's charismatic enough to be able to put together your own faction, then players should be able to do that. But now here's the next follow-up problem. If you have player-created factions, then the cream rises to the top and goes to the player factions, leaving the remaining factions kind of screwed. Because all the best PvPers go into one player faction and they fight the other player faction, and then it's sort of impacts everybody else because you took all of our good PvPers. It's not the most ideal situation, but it's the situation we have to have for what I call gamification. We know it's bad, but it's the best of what we got. There's not an easy way to build a good game without using gamification. I wish there was. I wish there was. I think EVE Online, again, EVE Online had its own problems, which is part and parcel of why EVE Online never grew to be even 100,000 concurrent player game, because it had those problems. There is no such thing as a perfect system. It's simply a matter of, do I want ugly purple curtains or do I want ugly red curtains? But either way, I'm stuck with ugly curtains. I think more player agency is needed, but I was shocked to all get out when Intrepid Studios said they weren't going to have like WoW style battlegrounds. Because WoW style battlegrounds, yeah, battlegrounds and arenas were pretty good PvP. WoW style battlegrounds are a great way to have a low risk, low threat set of content, while at the same time, it's one and done programmed. You build AV, you build Alteric Valley, you build Hutball, you build the Take the Bridge one, you build Capture the Flag, you build Last Man Standing. Once you've built all those, they're built. Now, say you've built 10 really, really good arenas, but now everybody... I actually completely disagree. I think introducing Arena killed WoW PvP. Arena resulted in the classes getting... okay, arenas themselves didn't kill PvP. The idea of the arena being included didn't kill PvP. The balancing for arena is what killed PvP. You don't have to balance for 1v1. Nobody ever said you have to balance for 1v1. But again, I could turn around and say, and Intrepid did this. And Steven had really, really good answers to this. And which is why for a long time Intrepid Studio, they tried to make it an esport. Yes, absolutely. They tried to make it an esport. But even in a lot of esports, not like my personal opinion on esports, especially battle royals, MOBAs, whatever. A lot of esports come down to the draft. A lot of esports come down to the bans in the draft. So that's telling us one thing, but it's not telling us the other thing. It's telling us at a strategic level who drafted better. But remember, who gets to draft first is often the results of a coin toss. I think balancing for 1v1, when Steven said the idea of, I think rock, paper, scissors balancing is a terrible idea unless you can solve the who should shoot.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and
nobody asked you.
Apologies if we have to move.
So I do this all the time on the show because it's a big, I've spent 10, 15 years trying to solve this. Rock, paper, scissors balancing. Tank, damage dealer, support. The problem with rock, paper, scissors balancing is because it's rock, paper, scissors. This is the rock. This is the scissors. This is the paper. The support kills the tank. The damage dealer kills the support. The tank kills the damage dealer. How did the tank kill the damage dealer but lose to the support? It doesn't make sense. We go the other way, right? And the damage dealer kills the tank kills the support kills the damage dealer. That right there is going to make these people rage because they do not want to die to a healer. Damage dealers will lose their shit if they lose to healers. Period. Dot. So, and when I say this, people don't like me, and that's okay. I'm not worried about it. The answer needs to be tank, damage dealer, support. We have two alternatives. The damage dealer can kill the tank can kill the damage dealer. The support can kill the damage dealer can kill the support. The tank and the support the same way. Either our balancing is balanced in a bad way because we make everybody balanced, or we face the reality that the truth of the matter is 1v1 at max level, max gear, equal skill. Nobody should be able to kill anybody 1v1. And if you embrace the idea that 1v1 combat in a totally balanced world, nobody should automatically be able to kill anybody else, then we turn it into player agency. My choices determine who I die to. So we turn this from rock, paper, scissors balancing to player agency balancing. Out of the box, if you follow the default template guide, a rogue beats a mage. But the mage doesn't like dying to rogues, so the mage wears plate. So now the mage in plate beats the rogue. But the rogue knows, the rogues know that several mages wear plate. So rogues stock up on dots, poisons, and magic damage. And the mage knows that, so the mage builds in cleanse and purge into their build. So now we have a rogue. We have a rogue that beats a standard mage. But we have a build of mages that beat rogues. We also have a breed of mages that have an inherent advantage over mages. But it's okay because everybody has gone into player agency and they've all tweaked their builds. You want to watch the MMORPG or any game community completely shut down? Make it so there's no meta build. Make it so there is no clearly optimal, this is the best in all situations. For example, and I use this as a real world analogy. Why do snipers in the military carry a pistol? Because snipers in the military know that their rifle is good up until close range, and then the rifle isn't the most ideal weapon for close range. It's their backup weapon. You don't clear a house with a sniper rifle. You simply do not. It is not the right tool for the job. If you are trying to clear a house with a sniper rifle, a guy with a knife is going to kill you just inside of a doorway because you got to swing this big ass barrel rifle through a doorway. Well, when is a knife more powerful than a sniper rifle? When you're clearing a house with it, which is why snipers don't clear houses. I prefer rock, paper, scissors balance over attempts to make the perfect balance because perfect balance is never achieved. But the problem is then rock, paper, scissors, who did the damage dealers die to? Tanks or healers? Because damage dealers will throw a hissy fit if they lose to healers. And you know they will. You know that if you know this, if you released a game and you said in our game, damage dealers are susceptible to healers, that game would get booed out of Oblivion before it ever met launch. Rock, paper, scissors balance is just an entirely bad balancing system. Because then inside of rock, paper, scissors balance, you're trying to balance warriors, rogues, mages, and archers. So how did they balance? Because rock, paper, scissors only works if you have 3 categories. But now inside of the category, well, it doesn't have to be with the Trinity. It can be class by class and spec by spec. Except, as I showed you, you can't do that. Because the entire theory of rock, paper, scissors balancing, out of Game Design and Development 101, with my professor, it's the only class I've had a chance to take. Rock, paper, scissors balancing cannot do what you just said, because then every class and every spec has to be assigned a rock, a paper, or a scissor. Which means, although that doesn't mean that they have to lose all the time, it means they have to lose a majority of the time. So when you do rock, paper, scissors balancing, and this is what the prof said. He said, why does it keep going to red? Tank is destined to beat support. So tank has to beat support 66.6% of the time. And if the numbers don't track that way, now you have to do tweaking. But then where does the player agency come in? Where is the choice? Because if players are like Arcade is a great example. If players are specifically gearing to Great Club as opposed to Club and Shield, well, now what I have is tank versus healer club, healer Great Club, healer club, healer club, healer Great Club, healer Great Club, healer plate, healer leather, healer cloth. How do I now rock, paper, scissors balance that? Because I have a rock, and yet a healer with a shield and plate. So we assign the tank to be rock. So this is going to be paper. This is going to be scissors. This is going to be what? Rock, maybe. But then the problem is, that would be scissors. Then what do we assign that? Does that automatically become scissors too because they're in cloth? But I have a shield. So now I have I don't know how to rate that. But now I only have one. But which class of tank am I in? Which spec am I in? What you're talking about is almost an insurmountable number of configurations. And there's just no way you're going to be able to balance class by class and spec by spec. For example, ArcAge, a game that I spent probably 20,000 hours in. I was never afraid of most classes because I knew how healing worked. Renewal and Resurgence. Stand in my healing pad and play Ode to Recovery. It's funny to see you laid out like this because it's so much more difficult even on this scale. You're right. And what I learned is from the guy, and I wanted to get my degree in game design and development. Why not just make it like shooters? Simple then. Healing staff heals and you can swap it out like in a shooter. Because here's why. And that's a great question, Crab, but what's my job as a healer? My job as a healer is to heal. Because if my healing weapon doesn't do any damage, then you should never be able to beat me, but I should never be able to beat you. Because if my job is to heal a tank through endgame content, and the combined mitigation and healing of me and the tank combined can defeat a boss, but it takes me, a tank, and 6 damage dealers to kill that dragon, how are you as a player putting out more damage? You're one of 6 damage dealers needed to kill that dragon, but the dragon can't kill the tank, and I'm 50% of keeping the tank alive. How are you killing me? Yeah, and then you get that if you double down on wielding multiple healing weapons. Right, exactly. For example, ArcAge, great example of that. People hated me as a healer. Hot swap healing shield, switch Kraken shield, cloak from my Kraken shield, break, go back to my healing shield. My ability to hot swap between shields alone created an enormous problem. I think where people get upset is that they don't want to die to a healer. And as long as resentment exists for dying to a healer is there, we can't have balance, which is why I think we need to abandon the idea of rock, paper, scissors balance at all. And we need to make it whatever that game they play on Big Bane, rock, paper, scissors, lizard, something Spock, whatever the fuck that shit is. What it needs to become is, I know that magic does more damage against plate armor versus cloth armor. I know that cloth armor soaks damage from magic better than physical. And this is a big problem where ArcAge, I used ArcAge in this class as an example, and the professor said he saw right away a big problem. Plate gave you 100% defense physical, 0% defense magic. Leather was 50-50. Cloth was 20-80. And when I showed the professor this, the very first thing the professor said was, who the hell designed this? This is why 4 armor types are better than 3. And I was so excited when Ashes of Creation said they were going to do 4 armor types. And why I was so excited about that was because then you can do some really, really exciting stuff. Plate, mail, leather, cloth. Magic, physical. You can do this 80 to 100, 0 to 20. Your plate mail will never have more than 20% magic resistance. It simply can't. Every piece combined. Well, this will be the exact opposite. This will be 80 to 100, and then this will be 0 to 20. And now in here, you can do, instead of having to do 50-50, you do 40-60, 60-40. That little change alone opens up so many exciting possibilities, because now it allows you to do something like, say you have 7 pieces of gear. It allows you to do, and say you do sets, 3 set, 4 set, 7 set. I know some people are going to be mad at me. You do not need to waste your time doing 5-piece set bonuses. If you're going to allow people to do split sets, you only have to do 3-piece, 4-piece, 7-piece. You don't have to come up with bullshit to put on 5 and 6 set pieces. Don't waste your time. Well, now you have people that are going to go for that 7-piece bonus, or you have people that, okay, I'm wearing plate. I'm going to wear 4 plate because I'm a tank. I'm going to wear 7 in PvE, but in PvP, I'm going to go 4-3. It opens up a lot of exciting possibilities. It opens up the ability of play and counterplay. But as John himself said, it becomes trying to balance one class with specialization versus one class with 3 armors becomes difficult. If we had 4 armors, it becomes even more difficult. But at the end, it's still the player. The limiting factor is and shall always be the player satisfaction. And until we get to a point where the players understand a certain level of gamification has to take place. Like, why in chess is the king the most important piece, but the least powerful piece? Gamification. Until we get the players to accept this idea, we're going to struggle with every video game that comes out. Every video game that comes out will struggle, because gamers don't want to die to these stereotypes. For example, great example. I was excited for Ashes of Creation because clerics were going to wear medium armor instead of cloth, which looks a lot like what? D&D. Because in D&D, early levels, clerics early on can hold their own. It's the wizard that needs to hide behind the cleric early on because they have 3 hit points and an armor rating of like what? 9? A cleric can take a hit in early D&D. A barbarian can, a warrior can, a paladin can. Yeah. If the rogue gets hit, you ever see a rogue's face? A level 1 rogue in D&D gets stabbed by the orc? Yeah. There's a reason why in D&D I always give my players their first 2 levels of maximum hit points. Honestly, if you modded a shooter to be an MMO, it would be funny. If you want big heals, healing shotgun. Smaller heals, but longer range, healing sniper rifle. Want AoE healing, use explosive bullets. Hey, you know what? There is a game that does that. WildStar did that a little bit. And then, shit, what was the game? Fuck. PlanetSide 2 did it a little bit, but yeah, you're absolutely right. You are absolutely correct. If I want a shooter with healing beams, yeah. But now take that idea and move it forward. I'm gonna jump up real quick to take a break, but think about this. You have bolts, you have blasts, you have cones, you have sky-dropped ground reticles, you have off-center AoEs. Each one of those, and you have channeled beam. Each one of those things should do something different. But I shouldn't be able to have all 6 of them in my kit at the same time. I shouldn't have the ability to do all 6 of those at one time. It should become a matter of choice. As a healer, healers tend to be the whiniest people because healers never want a customized toolbox. Healers want every tool in the toolbox because the other players yell at the healer. And we all know this. If we're being honest with ourselves, we all know that being the healer is the shittiest, unthankful job in a raid. If you die, it's my fault. If I die, it's my fault. If the tank dies, it's my fault. Okay, I'm down with that. Get out of the poo. Stop standing in the poo. Look, I only heal unavoidable damage. If you're standing in the poo because you want to breach 8,000 DPS, I don't give a shit about you breaking your all-time best DPS record. I do not care. Get out of the poo. Get out of the poo. Can we all agree with that? That's our big problem with MMOs. You've got that rogue who wants to see, that rogue that wants to see him if he can break 8,000 DPS. Look, man, it's a lot like don't tie up the bathroom jerking off. Jerk off on your own time. Don't waste my time with you trying to break your best personal record. It's also, why healers get so mad. You're forcing me to keep healing to do an extra 25 DPS. But if you would do the damn mechanics, then I can put my dots up more reliably and I can apply 300 or 400 DPS. You're trying to break a DPS record, which tell me you want to do that. Tell me you want to do that and I'll be cool with it this time. But if I can apply 400 DPS, if you just do the damn mechanics, then let's kill it faster. See, that's why I like the idea of DPS charts. But if you're going to give me a DPS chart, then I need to see a damage taken chart. Yeah, Rogue, I'm really proud of you that you did 8,025 DPS. But you also took 7,000 DPS and the healer was healing you more than they were healing the tank. MMOs were about community and bringing your friends along. The focus on metagaming and hard content forced people to leave their friends behind. I think they were better when they were at least overall a more casual, friendly experience. Yes. Yes, I'll be right back. I saw you say you don't like the idea of a tank at all. I agree with you, and here's why I don't like the idea of a tank at all. When you play D&D, the goal is not for you to take all the damage. The goal is for you to not take any damage. I know this is going to sound weird, but the goal should not be that you're taking damage. But there's no other, when you play any other game, right? The goal should not be to take damage. The goal should be, how do we solve the problem without you taking damage? How can we best mitigate this problem that stands in front of us? Absolutely. The problem becomes gamification. How do we gamify this so that it is enjoyable? How do we gamify this? Because when I play D&D, I don't play the tanky class. It's always nail biting to watch the barbarian with 9 hit points get stabbed for the second time. Because when he gets stabbed for the second time, you know that on the third time, we may all be dead. Because that barbarian dies, and the rest of those little orcs swarm over us. He's got 9 hit points. That's not a good feeling. But it's gamification. I think that too many fights are tank and spanks. And the resulting problem of a tank and spank is that the mob AI is just abysmal. Why is the mob like, hey, you know what? I've been swinging on this tank for 20 damn minutes. And that guy over there in the white robe just keeps firing that green beam. I'm going to go fuck with the guy. I'm going to do an aggro shift mechanic. But why did we get rid of aggro shift mechanics? Because they were bad mechanics? No, because players complained about them. Players didn't like them. It's not fair I can't hold aggro. Okay, well, we gave you 9 aggro management tools. Why don't you use them? Well, this isn't what I want. Yeah, it makes the fight boring and they have to throw circles everywhere. But unfortunately, there's no other way to do it. And I'm not saying it's impossible to come up with another alternative. But the alternative you're coming up with is going to radically change gaming overall. You think there is? I'd love to hear it because I have racked my brain for years and years and years and years and years. The only way I have let me say it this way. The natural outcome of every discussion of how is a better way to do it always results in everybody's a tank and everybody's a healer and everybody's a damage dealer. So there's no tank, there's no trinity. Everybody just becomes everything unto themselves. Because if the situation rolled out, why are you not making that? Are you only focusing on one thing? Oh, there we go. I would be absolutely thrilled to hear your idea about it. Like zombies and shooters, everyone is on their toes watching several different angles. Add in, you have to go to an area to get certain things. Right. Because what you just mentioned is in most shooters, there aren't tanks. There's usually not tanks. Why does every fight have to be stationary? Every fight doesn't have to be stationary, but then let me give you an example of something they've included in this game, which is what I've always said about dragons. I hate killing dragons in MMOs. Because why the hell is the dragon so stupid? Final Fantasy XIV pisses me off to no end with the number of dragons that stand there and get killed. Hey, bitch, you have wings. You're losing the fight. Take off. Leave. Literally leave. This game, if you don't kill the train fast enough, the train pieces out. The train leaves. It's like, you know what? I don't want to die today. It leaves. But that doesn't feel good. We can't even get players to like breakable gear. I've designed multiple gearing, the math behind gearing multiple times where it sounds like a player problem then. Right, but what's a player? A customer. And what's a customer? The person who pays the bills and keeps the lights on. And what are game development companies at their core? Businesses. And what do they need? Customers. If you don't have enough customers, you don't keep the lights on. Intrepid Studios had millions of people according to them, follow their game. If the games aren't evolving to introduce the bigger market, I don't know. But the problem is, okay, I love where you're going with this. I really do. Just realized I'm now I'm on the back end of I've been live for 4 hours. So you're saying that this is the big market. And there's a lot of things that these do well. And I do not disagree with you at all. We are on 100% in alignment, lockstep at this stage. The problem is, what do you want to play? Option one, a shooter that is done well, or an MMORPG that's trying to be a shooter, but then it's not trying to be an RPG, because those two things are in contrast to each other. I'm not saying games like PlanetSide 2 can't fall into the MMORPG category. I'm not saying Defiance can't. They absolutely can. But really, they are MMO shooters, which is why I don't like this word even to begin with. The MMO would look completely different. You just need to get rid of leveling, action, comment, etc. But then it wouldn't be an MMO anymore. It would no longer be an MMO. If you take out leveling, it's not an MMO anymore. Because where's my character progression? I think where the real problem is we've already gotten rid of character identity, because we had a little, like, remember back in the day when WoW was meaningful? You had skill trees in WoW. Character progression is in gear. A little bit. A little bit. But then how do you keep people playing when they have the gear they need? And now, what do you do? And these are a bunch of questions. What do you do when you have a person like me who's retired, who has 16 hours a day to game? Is gear tradable or not tradable? If gear is not tradable, then I get my gear. Why am I playing your game? You lose the gear. Okay? Now, you can't even get people to play your game because people hate losing gear. I can't even... I once suggested that you have gear that has 100 durability, and it doesn't matter if you repair it at 99 durability or 1 durability. The moment you repair it, the 100 durability goes to 99 and then 98. Okay? And I even said the only time the gear takes damage is when you die. So as long as you don't die, your gear never takes damage. So in theory, in the system as designed, your gear would have a total of 10,000 durability. Like, you would just have to make sure to pay attention. Like, don't full repair your gear if it's at 50%. People immediately said, I won't play a game if my gear breaks because I don't want to have to spend all my time farming gear. And I said, well, are you dying enough times every single day that your gear is going to break? Well, we're going to die when we wipe. Yes. And then why you log in on Tuesday is because you see that your gear, a lot of the pieces of your gear have gone under 35 total durability. So now in your downtime, your not main time, you're off farming because you know you're going to have to make a new piece of gear. People were so adamantly against the idea of losing your gear, you can't even have a conversation. I'm not sorry to say it sounds like people are being babies and don't want to try something new. I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. But the companies that are making the games have to make games and sell product. That's why I've always said my commitment to the MMORPG space is, how do they know they won't like it until they try it? You don't have a marketing mindset going on. You're trying to argue with the consumer, and the consumer is always right. The customer is always right about what they want to buy. You're trying to use a player's perspective from the marketing level saying, well, you should try it. And the other player is looking at you saying, well, how about you spend your money and I'll spend my money? And now you've immediately boiled it down to a psychological argument where you're telling the other person they're wrong. You can't convince people's psychological self-defense starts with the ego. The ego does not want to be, the id doesn't ever want to be wrong. So the ego always protects the id. And I know somebody's like, holy shit, this guy just busted out Freudian psychology. Yeah, I did. Well, they've been complaining for how many years now that MMOs suck? You're right. But here's the big problem. 95% of the community say MMOs suck. But 9% suck because of A. 18% say they suck because of B. 27% say they suck because of C. 9% say they suck because of D. But now here's where the real problem comes in. A wants their issues to be the main issue. B is adamantly against A's solution. So now the MMO company says, well, there's 9% of people over there that have a problem and 18% of people over here that have a problem. And these 18% and these 9% don't seem like they can get along. So this 9% is automatically going to be disregarded because 18 is greater than 9. The problem is 4% of these people and 2% of these people, their second issue is A's main issue. Sounds like marketing is too involved. No, marketing has to be involved. Remember, when you start a business, who is my target audience? And this is determined by the marketing department. Who is my target audience? Do you remember the amazing campaign about 25 years ago that Burger King ran about left-handed Whoppers? Burger King created an entire marketing campaign about left-handed Whoppers. How the hell do you make a left-handed cheeseburger? You don't. But it was such a brilliant marketing campaign because this was back before really the advent of the internet. The internet was around, but we were still on, you got on the internet at your university. Riot is the only company, I believe, that can pull it off. Firing Ghostcrawler tells me they weren't happy with another shitty WoW clone. Outside of that, I don't think it will be an MMO as we currently conceptualize them. Yes, because Riot doesn't need to make money. Riot is going to spend an awful lot of money making their MMO. And they don't need to spend an awful lot of money to maybe kind of sort of not exactly get the results that they want. Riot isn't beholden to making money because they can do nothing and make money. That in and of itself is such a key component of solving the problem. Square Enix right now is not in a position to release an MMO that changes the world. They're simply not in that position because Square Enix has had flop after flop after flop after flop. Amazon tried, but did you know Amazon Game Studios was run by the book department guy for the first 4 years? I guess they have to invest a crazy amount of money to make it anything nowadays, even though indies do it cheaper. But here's the problem. I don't not acknowledge your statement. But which indie companies are really making it? Like, for example, down there, no, shit, I've shit on my, down there, you'll see an icon for a game called Eternal Tombs. Josh, I think his name is Josh, is doing something amazing with staff-directed events. The staff have a panel that they can launch pre-made events. The staff cannot launch an event that hasn't already been created and vetted. So it's not like you're going to have a staff member suddenly drop a boss that benefits their friends, right? Josh has already kind of explained it. Like, if a staff member is bored and there's no need for that staff member at the moment, they can create the event, but the way he kind of explained it is it needs to be vetted. That's a great idea. If Eternal Tombs gets more than 10,000 concurrent players, I will be shocked. Because the first thing about their game is it's a cobbled together game of Unreal Engine Store assets, which isn't a sin for a small developer who doesn't have the money for an art department. But it's going to be shit on by so many people. But if you could build a game with store assets, right? And then you could come along later and remember, you can always change the assets. I'll be right back. Sorry, I'm starving and I need to have my wife start the rice. So you can have really, really great ideas as a really, really small developer. And nobody's saying that you can't. But a small developer needs to understand they may go bankrupt before they ever get the game off the ground. It's hard for me to talk for MMORPGs because all the modern gaming has completely left the genre behind. For a player like me, I play an MMO, the UI mechanics just, everything feels old. Well, if you go even older than that, for me, I started playing MMOs before there was a GUI. Final Fantasy XI didn't have a graphic user interface for your abilities. It had the macro programming field, and you had to program your macros. That was, in and of itself, a daunting task. I swear, without the Brady guide, I would have lost my mind. It doesn't feel too old. They have too many tabs. Right. But, and I know I'm going to offend some people, World of Warcraft was not an amazing game, despite what people think. World of Warcraft was not an, oh my god, what the fuck, barbecue chicken amazing game. World of Warcraft was, at best, in its vanilla state, a pretty mediocre game that put a lot of effort into mainstreaming WoW. Vanilla WoW had what, 600,000 players at its absolute cap. Now, whether or not it would have grown to more if they had left it alone, I don't know. I can't have that answer, but you can't have an answer in contrast to it. All we know is that WoW got more love after Burning Crusade came out. But as Burning Crusade came out, and then If I'm remembering correctly, Wrath of the Lich King is when we started to be able to auto queue for everything. You didn't even need to travel to the dungeon anymore. I love and appreciate that Ashes of Creation wanted to turn it around so that you had to travel everywhere. I don't think that's a bad idea. But the problem is making me travel somewhere for the sake of making me travel there isn't a good solution. Making me do something just for the sake of doing it, not a good solution. Now, if I queue for Dungeons and Wrath was only for normal dungeons, which wasn't for in-game content, wasn't pre-patch, HC was added to it. Dude, it's been so long. I've commissioned in the Air Force, had head trauma. I've had a lot of things happen since then. So I don't know. But what I do know is that let's call modern MMOs a hardcore of 3. Fair? We'll call modern MMOs a hardcore of 3. We are not going to suddenly get people to want to willingly go from a 3 to a 10 without baby steps. That's simply not going to happen. We are not going to get people to say, oh, you know what? I'm totally cool with having a walk everywhere. And that's what I tried to say about Ashes of Creation. I tried to say this many, many times. What you are trying to do is good, but only from nostalgia reasons. Like, for example, can we all agree that driving at 75 miles an hour is more dangerous than driving at 55 miles an hour? And I think we can all agree to that. Driving at 75 miles an hour is a hell of a lot, more dangerous. But the cars are safer, right? I'm not going to drive to Disney World if I have to drive at 55 miles an hour. I'll drive to Disney World if I can drive 75 miles an hour. Nostalgia is great, but the world was different. What MMO that isn't ancient is good? ArcAge was good. ArcAge had a lot of problems, but ArcAge was overall good. Final Fantasy 14 and WoW. Again, I know this makes people mad when I say it, but a game that has never dipped below 4.2 million subscribers cannot by definition be bad. You cannot say a game with 4.2 million subscribers is bad. You can say it's bad for you, absolutely. But there is no rational wrapping your head around the idea that WoW is a bad game. Because if it's still carrying, if WoW is rotating between the most subscribed and the second most subscribed game on the market, how can we say that it's bad? And the answer is we can't say that it's bad. And if we try to force that WoW is a bad game, well, people in the genre need somewhere to go, I guess. Okay, you're right. But if WoW was a really, really, really bad game, would people really stay in it if it was a bad game? Or would they do more likely what approximately 8 million some odd gamers did and moved to other genres. You are right that people in the genre need somewhere to go. But if they don't have somewhere to go, most people I talk to about Final Fantasy and WoW always say they want a new MMO so they can quit. I don't disagree with you. But the game has to be good enough because they still pay for it. Now, if WoW was free and Final Fantasy was free, that would be a different argument. It's good enough that they open their wallet every month and they spend $14.95 on it. I don't. And this is what I say to people. I am a huge Final Fantasy 14 fan. I love Final Fantasy 14. Dawn Trail box. Never opened. Collector's edition. I didn't open it because Dawn Trail sucks. Dawn Trail sucks. Dawn Trail is so fucking terrible, I stopped my subscription. It's the collector's edition box. There's a statuette in there. There's some other bits and bobs. Once Human is free. As you heard me say at the beginning of the show, Once Human pisses me off because I want to give them money and I can't because they're not selling the thing I want. Well, why the fuck have it in the game if you're not going to sell it? You're a company and your goal is to make money, but you're not selling the thing that I want to buy. I think Guild Wars 2 was the only MMO I played a decent amount, but that one had its problems too. Yeah, they all have their problems. My question is, if people want non-consensual PvP, why isn't Mortal Online 2 got more player base? Somebody said earlier that Hytale is doing great. Yeah, of course Hytale is doing great. I might insult Hytale, I'm not intending to, but of course Hytale is doing great. It's basically Minecraft. And Minecraft did fucking amazing. Minecraft has spawned off dozens of worlds. Guild Wars 2 was nice because you could just play what you want and get level up tomes so you never had to level. I got to max level just doing arenas. Right. The journey was pointless. I'll give you just real quick, because the rice has to cook. This is my idea for a game. My idea for a game is the state of Illinois. Fuck off. I've lived here my whole life and I can't draw it. And over the start of the game, you're going to be restricted to the state of Illinois. And you can try to go beyond it, right? You can try to go beyond it, but the pollution hasn't subsided enough. There's lore that says many of the areas in the world are divided by radioactivity and pollution that hasn't subsided. Now, if you go later on in the game, this is where the mech enemies are in that direction. You start going towards Old Detroit when that expansion opens up. Like I said, if I were to release a game, I would have 8 batches of content, right? As you go towards Michigan and Detroit, all the mobs up here are android, mechanical, cyborg, all related content. And while you're up there, you kill an android and you get X% of your 100 bar of their knowledge. The more androids you kill, the more damage you do. Well, aren't we gonna have better weapons? Yeah, a little bit, but we're not gonna be doing off the bat. We're not gonna be doing 45, 50 damage with each shot. We're gonna bring back tabletop rules. These androids, they have 18 hit points. And your gun does 1d6 damage. That means you have to shoot the thing a minimum of 3 times and a maximum of 18 times. The more times you kill an android, the more knowledge, the lore, monster lore, enemy lore, android you get, But now, your little elite boss is a cyborg. You could have 100% android lore. Doesn't help you shit with cyborgs. Well, how do I grind cyborg lore? Because they're elites and they don't spawn as often. You don't. Because that keeps them a threat longer. I don't have to make... Are there going to be critical hit points action combat? Action combat is a completely unrelated discussion. How we do the combat isn't related. I'm not a big fan of action combat. I'm a big fan of tab combat because tab combat is more reliable. I'm not against action targeting. But now, over here, right? Here are your insects. Right? And then as you go that direction of the world, that's the lore that builds out. As you go this way, are your werewolves. As you go this way, are your vampires. I just gave you, right? I'm more thinking about this Illinois map. Are we talking one-to-one? Yes. You have the Metro East area. You have Central Illinois. You have Springfield. You have Peoria, Kankakee, Aurora, Naperville, Chicago. I literally want the game to take 2 hours by motorized vehicle. If you start in the Metro East and you want to move to Chicago, it's going to be 2 hours by motor vehicle. I don't want it to be 4 hours. So it'd be 1 to 1.5 or 1 to 2. If you walk that though, if you don't, like, if you start in the Metro East area and you don't get a horse or you don't get a car, right? Then it is literally going to be about a 12, 13 hour walk. Now, the other thing that drives me nuts about gamers. Why is everybody against procedurally generated content? Yeah, taxi service. Absolutely. The Han Solos of the world. Hey man, I don't do the route all the way to Chicago. I do the route from the Metro East to Springfield. Takes about an hour. I need half my money up front. Or I'm a big fan of escrow systems. The escrow condition is when I cross you into the border of Springfield, the money releases to me. I'm a huge fan of not allowing... I'm a huge fan of allowing players to fuck other players over. But I'm a huge fan of also making it so the players that are smart enough to use the don't fuck me over mechanic. Procedurally generated content. People complain about it. Why? Why? Is it content? Well, then I don't know where everything is. Oh, so you're an Alakazam map monkey. Is what you are. You don't want to actually play the game. You want to play the website that plays the game for you. Crab, you'll like this. So we have our dungeon, right? So we have in our starter map in my brain. Also, I have in my brain, I have undead, I have merfolk, I have necromancers, I have gargoyles, all this shit's in my head. So like different regions, like as you move towards Colorado, you're like, man, I've been fighting, somebody clip that. I've been fighting vampires and insects for 7 months. They're boring to me. I can beat everything. Yeah, great. You don't quite have access to the world bosses yet because the pollution is still backing up. But you get to this area and you get to mountains and now, holy shit, now you have gargoyles. No MMO has shown that action combat can function in large-scale fights. That is correct. No MMO has shown that action combat can function in large-scale fights. Absolutely. Let me say this very unequivocally. I am a healer. I have been a healer forever. Action combat healing can suck my left nut because it's not worthy to suck the right. Action combat has a flaw. Your game, and by the way, There is a video where I spelled all this out for Intrepid Studios years ago, and they didn't fucking listen because it came from me. So good. Fuck them. You've got action combat, you've got tab combat, and you've got hybrid combat. And this is a unicorn. This is never going to exist. Hybrid combat is never, ever going to exist. Because you are never going to take action combat rules. Thank you. You are never going to take action combat rules and tab combat rules and be able to blend them. What's the big difference? Action combat divided into 3 phases. Tab combat is divided into 3 phases. First is the accuracy. Either I hit or I miss. But then, what about damage avoidance? So they dodged, they parried, they blocked. And then damage resolution. Sounds good, right? Works really well in shooters, right? Tab combat. My accuracy percentage hit or missed. And then their dodge percentage, parry percentage, block percentage rolled. And then damage resolution. Here's why hybrid combat will never work. So in hybrid combat, you hit because here's me, and either your cursor was there when you hit the left mouse button or the ability button and you were on top of me, so you hit, or it was over here and you missed. We're gonna say central cone is what we're using. And so you missed. But then my avoidance is a dice roll evade, a dice roll block, a dice roll parry. Because you're in action combat and I'm in tab combat. My stats are waterfall stats. Now you can write rules that if you attack me from behind, I can't dodge. Well, no, if you attack me from behind, I can't parry or block. But if you're saying it's hybrid combat, a hybrid is a blending of 2 things. If you blend action combat with tab combat, you ultimately end up with action accuracy for the action players and action avoidance for the action players, and waterfall accuracy for the tab players and waterfall accuracy or avoidance for the tab players. I don't think hybrid can work. I think what you need to have, first of all, due to lag, latency, packet data, ISPs, difference in distance, I think what you need is you need tab combat. Don't shoot me. Don't rage. You need tab combat rules with action camera targeting. Meaning you can choose to play in an action camera, or you can choose to play in a standard tab mode. But the tab rules are always going to exist. And I started to talk about this earlier, but if I'm over here, we're going to go through a couple of abilities. If I aim at someone and press the button, it hits said person, sort of deal. No. If you press a button, you're telling the waterfall stats that's the person you wanted to shoot at. And then you're going to have the standard accuracy and then to the standard dodge, parry, block. But now hear me out. And this is how you Intrepid should have done hybrid combat. That's how you're going to do things that are bolts. That is how you are going to do hit, scan, tab, target abilities. That's how you're going to handle those. But I want more fluid, dynamic, gripping combat. Great, watch this. Type, accuracy, dodge, parry, block, mitigate. Type. It's a bolt type blast. That is a hit scan. Accuracy is going to be dice. Dodge, dice. Parry, dice. Block, dice. Mitigation, dice. A blast, which you also would call a cone. Accuracy, action. Yes, no. Was my target standing in my cone? Yes, it's a hit. No, it's a miss. Dodge, action. Warning light circle, get the fuck out of it. Did I do that? Yes, I take 0 damage. Did I not get out of it in time? I take full damage to be handled with mitigation later. Can I parry it? No. Can I block it? Yes. Because here's where we put in action block. This is where I'm on the ground and I'm about to die to Bowser and you're Luigi and you slide in front of me and you lift the manhole cover. You used an action ability. So this is where my action active block comes in, right? So here's my person. Here's me shooting at my person. Blast, action. Cone, blast, cone, same thing. Bolt, tab rules. Ground reticle, action rules. If you're standing in it, your dumbass is standing in it. Well, what about if they're on the edge and shut up? We're keeping it simple, stupid. We're following KISS. It's either you are all the way in or all the way out. But only my left pinky toe was in the circle. Then that's why you took damage. Off-center AoE. Action. Right? If you do it that way, your combat system is hybrid. It's no longer just random swinging your sword and hit. Like, I hated Chivalry 2. Swung a big ass polearm and hit 3 people with it. That's not how that anybody that's been taught how to fight with medieval weapons. When you swing an axe and you put it into the side of the first guy, that's where the fuck it stays. I just like to switch targets a lot in specific ones so clicking people gets meh. A first-person MMO, it would be easier to do action because then you actively aim and blocks and stuff. Now, here's what you just said, though. Here's your target audience of all MMO people. And you want to do first-person camera. 10 million total people in your box. Your target audience is now only 500,000 players. And that's your first cut. As the marketing department, I'm going to say to you, you've already cut 9.5 million people out because they don't want to play a first person MMO. Now, this is the problem with target audiences, right? Your first cut eliminated all but 500,000. And now your monetization took out another 250K. Because you're a monthly sub game, which is what you have to have to really be viable without fuckery. Out of 10 million total people in the target audience, your 2 first decisions have cut you down to 250K. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a change. Oh, really? What's the change you're going to make? I'm going to make it so that you can play in first or third. Great. Now, you have 100% of the window still open to you because your first cut didn't fix anything. But then you've decided that you're going to use the hybrid combat I talked about. Well, now you lost 15% of the people that'll only play it if it's action. That's okay, because our first 2 cuts left us 85%. Now we're going to be a box price with a monthly sub and no cash shop. And now we've got 43% of the target audience left. That's good. That still leaves us 4.3 million potential customers. That's why the marketing guy has to be in the room. Not that the marketing guy makes the decision, but the marketing guy shows you on the cow's ass what you're cutting off when you're making these cuts. That first cut you want to make cuts off 95% of the population. No good. What Ashes of Creation is doing is no good. They said it's hybrid. It's not hybrid. Their combat sucks. And Steven's gonna start Steven, I think, with maybe not this live stream, but the next live stream, it might be this live stream, you're gonna hear Steven Shreve start talking about all the harbingers, all the doomsayers, all the negative Nancys. Fuck you, bro. This shit was presented to you in a completely nice, polite, presentable, respectful way, and your response was to keep telling people to suck your dick and say, well, let's wait until it's tested. Let's wait until it's built so we can test it. Look, man, honest to God, if I walk into your kitchen and I see a big pile of cow shit on the island, on the food prep area, and I say, what are you serving for lunch? And you say shit burgers, I'm gonna say, you know what, man? Peace, I'm out. Because there's that wonderful TikTok song that says, you can't eat at everybody's house. Guess what, man? I'm out the door. If I walk into your kitchen and there's a pile of cow shit, I'm leaving. If you say, well, man, it's really good, you should try it. Fucking Jules from Pulp Fiction, man. That might taste like pumpkin pie, but I'll never eat it because that's a dirty motherfucker. Then again, the games that become phenomenons often break a few of the rules. You're right. Games that become phenomenons will break a couple of the rules. But it's not a good business strategy to make your decisions on the what ifs. It's a good business strategy to make your game on the knowns. Real quick before I go downstairs to make some rice, maybe I'll stream tomorrow again. I don't know. It depends on how I feel. Depends on what goes on with the weather. Long time ago in Atlanta, far away, I owned a bar. And I had a bunch of female friends that were strippers. And what they said was, I should turn my bar into a topless bar. And I said, first of all, that's really weird. You're all my friends. I don't really want to see, well, never mind. The honest is, I've seen all the racks anyway. And I said, okay, sell me on it. Why do I want to have a topless bar? And they said, well, if you have a topless bar, you're going to get a lot of clientele that come in, and you can charge a lot more for the alcohol. And I said, well, if I'm going to do that, why don't I open a strip club? And they said, because there's too many strip clubs around here and they're all seedy anyway. I said, well, then why don't I open a high-end strip club? And they said, because the people that go to strip clubs don't want to go to the high-end one, they want to go to the seedy place. I said, okay. So we're looking at the idea, and we're looking at the idea of a topless bar. Because I'm never one to say, let's kill an idea from the beginning, but let's do the diligence on it. And after doing the diligence and finding out all the new things, all the new rules that I'd have to follow in food service, first of all, just getting the permission to open a topless bar was going to be a fucking nightmare. It was going to be a risk. I wasn't going to convert my bar to a topless bar. I was going to open a second bar, which now I'm opening a bar to compete with myself. It's not a smart plan anyway. But then there's a lot of different rules for food service in a topless bar. They're definitive rules. So I said to the girls, I was like, no, it's not a good idea. I said, but my question for you is, if you don't like serving, if you don't like being a waitress at a strip club, why do you do it? And they said, well, we're all strippers, but we also have to serve. And I said, oh, I got it. No problem. I understand. We don't want to throw an idea out just because we don't like the idea. We want to run with it. We want to do the diligence. But there's a lot of ideas that aren't going to pan out. I think Eternal Tombs, with Salty Bread said, is, yeah, you have a higher chance of making a hit game than winning the lottery, to be fair. Well, no, you don't. I would disagree with you. You don't have a higher chance of making a hit game than you do of winning the lottery, because you can hit the lotto on $1. You can't make a hit game on $1. I think if you already have the money to put into a game studio, you have a higher chance of being successful than of winning the lotto. But if you already have the money to put into it, like, I can't start a game studio because I don't have the prerequisite skills. I have the ideas, not the skills. I can't do it myself. I don't even know how to get started. It would take me too long to learn, to get trained, to build the experience. But if I won the Powerball and I had $600 million, I could put $300 million of it into a game company and build what I want to build, knowing that I'm not trying to build the biggest, baddest thing on the block from day one. Build a core viable product, the state of Illinois, 4 monster types, lore system, weapons types, rule sets, boom. Build that. Is it ready to go? Is it launch ready? Yes? Good. Now we're going to build the other 4 areas, and then we're going to divide those into segmented cuts. Isn't that crazy, though? $300 million to make a game. Well, to make an MMO of any value in a short time span. If you want to build it yourself and 5 buddies, take you 10 years, cost you a fraction of the cost, but then it's not your primary source of income. Anyway, wonderful show today. I'm gonna eat some rice and chicken soup stew because it's shitty out. I think I have some lawn to shovel. If it's nice tomorrow and I'm feeling good, I'll stream. If not, I'll see you guys on Monday for the politics show.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are